Hello. Okay. Yeah. How's working? Hello, and welcome to my first ever stream. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We've got a very exciting day ahead of us. The new Wisdom of Sea and
Hello.
Sky set just came out.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Just checking in on the audio, which brings me to the following. I did some just earlier preliminary testing on the audio, this being my first stream. Please let me know your feedback in terms of audio. Each viewer will have their own experience depending on where you're listening from, whether you're on your PC, laptop, tablets, phone, with headphones, without headphones. The audio will vary. So I can't guarantee that the testing that I did will be applicable to everyone. Hey, already seeing some comments. Welcome to the stream. Very exciting day ahead of us. So I'll be opening like 120-ish packs. Actually, we just got like 3 new more packs from the rewards for linking your account to Nintendo. Yeah, I was asking in terms of audio if all's good. If it is, wonderful. Okay, I have already been spoiled of like a third of the sets, maybe a bit more, up to a half. I've seen like most of the EXs and the trainer cards, but all of the non-EXs, not really. So what else? I'll been taking all questions, deck requests as far as I can handle, as far as we have time for all of them. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Um, I haven't really shared much about myself in a lot of my videos, so maybe today could be a good opportunity for that. A lot of you may not know it, but I basically just came out of a 10-year career in game development. So I used to work in free-to-play games, not too unlike our own favorite Mr. Pokemon Pocket here. Um, so yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of details that I can share that you can ask. I'll be willing to answer all of it. And yeah, I guess let's start it with the packs. I don't really know yet which packs contain what, other than this scrolling thing here, scrolling preview. So I'll be opening like maybe 60 packs of each. I have a few free ones to get out of the way first. So yeah, let's do it. Plugman, not too impressive. Neospiro. Girafarig, pretty underwhelming for 3 energy. Swana, I had already seen. This is so promising. It's kind of like a non-EX Passimian. Yes, I've exchanged my trade tokens for hourglasses. All of them except a single trade token, which I'll see if we can keep it somehow. Okay, Unknown Guard. This ability works if you have any Unknown in play with an ability other than Guard. All of your Pokemon take -10 damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. It's interesting. So this implies we'll have Unknowns with different abilities. Okay, how many Unknowns did we really get? Does this count as like 5 of them? Pretty interesting. I mean, maybe kind of underwhelming. Is this worth the deck slot and the bench slot? Let's see what other Unknowns we get. Okay. From the few cards I've seen, like there's so much potential, so many interesting options, especially with a couple of the new supporters. Oh, heard a little sound. On my U-turn, okay, like the Noniax Tapu Koko ability, I quite like this effect. It has a lot of potential. But Tapu Koko costed like 3 energy, which is really hard to make work. At 2 for a basic with 60 is not really too relevant, but maybe if we keep having new cards with the U-turn, that could be really interesting. Okay, Clink. A Hiker. Had already seen this one. Looks really cool for fighting decks. Being able to reorder them. If even one of them is like research, you can put it on the top and then you can guarantee which other 2 cards the research will get you. That's so cool. Flip a coin. This attack does nothing, okay, but with the new supporter, this is pretty interesting. We already had like a couple of other cards that did the same, like Seeking even. Full Art Hiker, I'm pretty jealous. Okay, Full Art Sentler. Pretty cool. If it has Pokemon tool attached, it deals 70 damage for 2 energy, 2 colorless energy as a basic. It's not too bad, but yeah, we probably have better options for most colors. But as a colorless one, it's cool, and being a basic, it's fairly low investment. Okay, cool. So I think we still have another free pack, and then we can start with the 10 pulls. Guess I'll open Lugia now. Sunkern. 40 HP, really underwhelming. Okay, Muna, looks nice. Cherim has a colorless attack, interesting. Mawile, that's it's pretty basic. Okay, I mean, yeah. Mawile is one of my favorite Pokemon, but it has kind of been done dirty so far. I'd love to see something like a Mawile EX. But yeah, it's not unusable. Artillery, Full Art. The defending Pokemon tries to use an attack. Your opponent flip a coin. If fails, that attack doesn't happen. Okay, so we already had. Oh, lasts until the defending Pokemon leaves the active spot and it doesn't stack. We already had similar effects, but they did not include this last sentence, I think. But okay, with the new supporter, this could be interesting as well. 50 damage is not too impressive compared to something like Duck Trio, which does 40 for 1 energy. But Duck Trio only has 70 HP. Okay, not too bad. Yeah, another Seeking, pretty much. Okay, we can go with the 10 packs. Should I go with Ho-Ho or with the Lugia here? Maybe Ho-Ho first, because I see it has Crobat and Umbreon, and those two look really good. Like Crobat, I believe, is now the Pokemon that deals the most damage for only 1 energy. No, I guess except Rampardos, obviously. Not sure. But yeah, the thing about Crobat is the non-EX Crobat is already so good. It's why does the non-EX Crobat not appear here? Anyway, the non-EX Crobat is already so good that it's kind of hard to justify. I guess the thing is the non-EX Crobat ties you to RCS decks specifically, while this one is a lot more versatile to fit in anywhere. And this one synergizes with Nihilego really well as well. And even with something like Cloudsire. But I don't know. EX2 cannon? I guess so. How much HP does it have? 170. That's a lot. Yeah, 170 is pretty respectable. Okay, let's go with Ho-Ho. Almost $300 glasses. And then I have enough gold for max pack openings. Okay, Hoppip, Eevee. Okay, this is kind of interesting because would this be better than collect Eevee? Either drawing a card or specifically drawing a Pokemon. This one has the disadvantage of if you've already drawn all of your Pokemon, you don't. But I guess that's late enough in the match that it doesn't really matter. You wouldn't be attacking with Eevee by that point. But it's interesting. Maybe if you're prioritizing Pokemon, then this is a kind of better collect for you. New Golbat. Okay, that's pretty good, I think. The other one dealt like 40 for colorless energy. I think we had another one as well beyond that, but the poison synergy is cool. Okay, the bird there, Grand Bull, also does 20 damage to itself. Kinda not too impressive. Yeah, I agree with that. Condor, Widow, Jasmine. All of your Steelix and Skarmory EX take minus 50. I've already seen Skarmory EX, but not Steelix. Minus 50 is pretty good. If this Pokemon has a Pokemon tool attached, attacks used by this Pokemon cost 1 less energy. Sweets Relay for free? If one of your Pokemon... I wasn't expecting Sweets Relay in this set. If one of your Pokemon used Sweets Relay during your last turn, this deals 30 damage. Okay, I mean, this ability is cool, but not necessarily on a basic with 50 HP. But I guess if you're going first, and you have both the Cherubi and the tool in hand, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. And could this actually make the Appleton, you know, the grass Sweets Relay card better? Yeah, but to consistently have a tool in your hands on your very first turn, it's not as easy as it sounds. You need pretty much like 4 tools in your deck to have that, and even then, it's not always going to be consistent. Croconaw. Okay. Gliscor. Not bad, I suppose. Gliscor doesn't have any evolution, right? There's no stage 2. If you want a fighting type that attacks for colorless, I guess you can use this. Meryl. Ariados. During your opponent's next turn, the defending Pokemon can't retreat. Pretty decent, I think. 80 HP is not great for a stage 1, but 40 energy for 1 with this effect on top, that's pretty good. Okay, Hoot Hoots. Pokemon can't be asleep. That's funny. It's kind of funny they're putting more abilities on basic Pokemon with very little HP. Fortress. Stage 1, 130 is a lot. Okay. Non-Eaxian Mega. It's kind of like the other one we were just seeing. Okay. Not super awful, I guess. Girafarig. Raikou. This Pokemon also does 20 damage to itself. 2 energy for 70. Not sure what to think about it. It's not too impressive. It as a basic, sometimes it can be helpful to have a Pokemon like this, especially that attack for only 2 energy and can act as a Nori-Choreo counter. But you're kind of giving up a point as well after that, it feels. Okay, pretty basic. Oh, Umbreoniax. Once during your turn, if this Pokemon is in the active spot, you may switch in one of your opponent's bench Pokemon that has damage on it to the active spot. So it'll be a free Cyrus that you can use every turn. I've heard pretty divisive opinions about this card, sort of. That in general, the EXs this set don't seem as incredible as in some previous sets, or don't seem like as meta-defining some of the previous sets. Umbreon might be the only exception. Like Umbreoniax, just because it has a free Cyrus. But the question is, like, well, I haven't seen all the cards, so maybe there's cards that synergize with Umbreon very well. But at face value, it seems like one of its best partners would be Greninja, and the question is, could Umbreoniax compete with the Giratina double Cyrus package? Or, you know, would Greninja Umbreon really be a meta deck that would replace it? It's difficult to say. Because needing the 2 Dark Energy also messes up a little bit of that package. Typically, Greninja Giratina runs dual energy with water and psychic. And Umbreon would kind of need pure dark energy on that deck, so you would make Greninja not be able to attack. You'd make Sylveon EX not be able to attack. Yeah. And I guess maybe with the Crobat EX as well, you can do some interesting stuff. You can apply a lot of pressure, even though Crobat deals pretty much 80 damage. This also deals 80 damage. It's not quite enough to threaten the big Pokemon, but they can't retreat either comfortably or else Umbreon will punish them. But I don't know. We'll see. Let's see all of the cards first. Spinarak, Darumaka. Okay, Piloswine. Curious about the last one, the Mamoswine. In the previous set, those were water cards, right? From the ice typing they have. It'd be interesting to mix and match water and fighting evolutions there. Another Swanna, pretty good. Larvitar. Centred. Full Art Spinarak. Such a basic card to have a full art. But I like the art. Clang. And there's another evolution coming. Oh, Feraligatr. Destructive Whirlpool. 90 damage. Discard a random energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. Ah. Looks pretty good. We had remember that Gyarados we had? The non-EX Gyarados, I think even from Genetic Apex, or was it Mythical Island? That cost like 4 energy for I think 100 damage. And I think it also had the same HP and the same effect. So this being able to, I mean, it's a stage 2, not a stage 1, but it costs 1 less energy, deals like 10 less damage. But this is such a strong effect to have. That has some potential. Oh, it's a baby. If it was only 100 to hit Charizard for 240 in 2 turns. That's true because of Lily, right? With the Lily, Charizard goes up to 240. But maybe you can have red to make up for that. Yes, but Umbreon is better for Dark Deck. You can combine Umbreon with Poison Deck to switch Pokemon to Poison. It can be really powerful. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You can put Umbreon and the new Crobat EX together and it should do well enough. They're like pretty low cost, and because of Umbreon, you can double dip with Sylveon EX to get your Crobat more consistently and apply a lot of pressure early enough. Yeah, Genetic Apex and Mythical Island Gyarados both discard, but the Mythical Island Gyarados EX discards at random. It can discard from one of your own Pokemon. Oh, interesting. If it's a baby, it's the 6th card. So 20 damage for each energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. That's a pretty funny effect for a baby to have, to be honest, because it's the type of attack you only want kind of to end the game almost, or very late into the game. I was typically thinking of babies as like a turn 1, maybe turn 2 if you're going second type of card. But Smoochum there is like you hold it in hand and then you can kind of retreat into it as a surprise attack. Your active Pokemon is now poisoned. Okay, it's pretty good Zubat. I think the other one was also 50 HP. And now Zubat, Golbat, and Crobat all poison the target, which could be pretty good to combine with Clodsire as well. And then Nihilego, of course. Croconaw, Sentret. Okay. MP. Also deals 10 damage to itself. Okay. 30 damage attacks are pretty nice to have on more basics. New Hypom, draw cards until you have the same number of cards in your hand as your opponent on a basic. So this is Chatot, right? Didn't Chatot have more? But this one can evolve. Oh, Andrew, thank you so much. Loved your off-meta brews for quite a while. I've used a few to climb a few ranks. Also love the way you break down each deck to better explain what is going on. The new Crobat EX is insane. Thank you so much. I agree. The new Crobat looks really good. But yeah, like I was saying, I'm not sure if any of the EXs is going to be super meta breaking or meta defining, but certainly they all seem pretty good and pretty usable. Certainly good enough for our rough meta decks if we need to use them. Oh, Chatot shuffles the cards. That's right. Yeah, this is technically just. Oh yeah, never mind. Yeah, with Chatot, you replace the cards in your hand. This one, you just draw more from the ones you already have. I mean, there's pros and cons to both. Sometimes the thing with Chatot is you do want to kind of dump your hand and replace it. It's like an Iono. But yeah, that's pretty interesting effect, especially on a basic. Binacle, Silver. So this is one of the cards I'm most afraid of. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to use 2 red cards and 2 silvers and play them both on turn 1 to get rid of your research. And if you don't happen to have a research, they get rid of something else, and then you have 2 cards in your hand, and yeah, you might be kind of screwed right from the start. And the thing is, you can afford to run 2 silvers and waste one of them in the beginning, because silver is also pretty good in the late game, or to kind of finish the game. Many times you're thinking, look, I'm gonna lose if they have red, I'm gonna lose if they have Cyrus. So silver is pretty good at that point as well. So yeah, I'm pretty afraid of this card. Okay, so one of those packs had 6. Cool. Pretty cool. Gonna open a few more Ho-Ho packs. Pupitar. During your opponent's next turn, this Pokemon takes minus 30 damage from attacks. Okay. I think I've already seen Tyranitar. But yeah, not too shabby. Here, especially for colorless energy, is an interesting design choice there. Togepi. During your opponent's next turn, attacks used by the defending Pokemon deal minus 20. So this seems like better Togepi for the Togekiss decks, but not necessarily. Okay, the Spinarak. Another baby, the Smoochum. Hitmore, 2 fire roasting hits, 30 plus. The opponent's active Pokemon is Burn. This deal is 90. 90 for 2 is really good on the basic. But this is a pretty tough condition to fulfill. Blissey. Oh, such a cool art. This attack does 20 more damage for each energy attached to this Pokemon. Interesting. Stage 1, 150. How much energy can you really dump onto a Blissey? For each energy attached. So even as a baseline, it deals like 80 damage. So 80 as a baseline, 100 if you attach a 4th energy. It's kind of hard to make this work. But I guess maybe in the right circumstances, if you have the right kind of energy cards in your deck, or energy swapping or ramping. But I'm not sure how usable this is. The good thing is pairs with Ilima quite well. Rescue Scarf, if the Pokemon is attached to is knocked out by a damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, put it in your hand. This seems pretty interesting as well. I still haven't really quite figured out how to use this. One of my problems with this card is that it isn't quite easy to use with the stage 2s, because most stage 2s are evolving with rare candies. And if you lose your rare candy, it's kind of forcing you to run stage 1s in the deck to use this. So for the most part, maybe with all of the evolutions, this could be quite interesting. Because you can run 4 EVs, and then by returning... Actually, I haven't seen if this also returns the basic to your hand, but I'm assuming it does on evolved Pokemon. Yeah, if anyone knows if Rescue Scarf returns the basic, I'd be interested in knowing. But pretty sure it does, right? Because there were already kind of some similar effects. Even an Ilima does return the basics. So I'm assuming it does. Hero. Your opponent's active Pokemon is a grass type. This deals 70 damage for 1 energy. That's pretty wild. Not sure how to feel about this. It's kind of an awkward specific type counter card. Okay, another basic. A baby, I mean, Tyrogue. 20 damage for free. Seems kind of bad. This might be the worst baby I've seen, because 20 damage doesn't seem like enough to really help you win a match. With the risk that this is applied, associated with. Interestingly, this could pair with Lucario to deal 40 damage for free. But this seems so risky, especially I don't think the babies can evolve, right? One shot Zubat. Yeah, I guess Pokemon weak to fighting. Pretty dangerous. With Lucario, you can actually deal 60 damage to a Pokemon weak to fighting. Yeah, that's true. Not ramping fighting energy. I mean, yeah, because if you're going all in on aggro fighting deck, this could be an interesting pick, but usually those fighting like toolkit decks have a lot of basics, and you can't really guarantee you'll start with Tyrogue if you're using a lot of basics, unless maybe a lot of those basics are fossils. Hey JRPG Queen, welcome. No problem. I am still only opening packs. Let me know if I'm taking too long though. I'm still kind of processing a lot of the new cards. Not really just a Numbrian EX, which I guess is one of the better EXs to pull. But I'm only on my second 10 pull. So Noctowl, 100 HP, 3 energy fly, 90 damage, flip a coin. If tails, this attack does nothing. If heads, during your opponent's next turn, to prevent all damage from and attacks. Okay, so this effect is starting to get respectable when you deal decent damage associated with it. 100 HP is not impressive, but it's not awful. Problem is 3 energy is quite a bit, but you probably have some good ways to make that work, especially with the wheel card now especially with the wheel to guarantee that you'll flip heads, which makes it only countered by something like Sabrina if they force switch your Pokemon after you use the wheel. But if this is your only Pokemon and you flip heads, it'll be really darn annoying. Deal 180 damage back to back. If you have 2 wheels, you can deal 270 damage. As long as they don't have a Sabrina or you don't have any other Pokemon, this will be really darn annoying. It's only a stage 1, 2. 2 Noctowl, 16 trainer. I'm not sure that would work because, I mean, depends on the... I'm not sure if I've already seen Hoot Hoot or if it was not a memorable card. But yeah, the problem is the 3 energy. Your 2 Noctowls will not be surviving. Kind of need support to lead in the active spot. But yeah, let's see. Oh, Polar Tyranitar. 160 HP. Once during your turn, you may move all dark energy from each of your Pokemon to this Pokemon. But yeah, Hoot Hoot was the one that can't fall asleep. Not that sleep has been meta at all, right? I can barely even remember off the top of my head which of the most viable Pokemon would make the opponent sleep. Meme like Cramorant? Really? Getting Master Ball with Cramorant is pretty respectable. Okay, so I think this is actually one of the best non-EX Pokemon that attacks for 4 that we've ever gotten. Right? Usually, like those Pokemon that non-EXs that attack for 4 either don't have this much HP, either have a super drastic counter effect, like can't attack next turn or deals a ton of self-damage. The 4 retreat cost is harsh, but you have Lighter now. And most of all, this ability makes it so that you can kind of comfortably ramp your kind of comfortably evolve your Tyranitar in the back while you're doing whatever else in the front. And then when it's time, you can kind of ramp all of this onto Tyranitar like some sort of Mythical Island Vaporeon for Dark decks. Yeah, so this is the Hoot. Definitely not good enough to lead the match for Noctowl. Musharna. Both active Pokemon are now asleep. I love it. So at the end of the turn, both of you will be flipping a coin to wake up. This is so chaotic. I love it. Opened 40 packs and only got 1 Crobat, 2 Ho-Hos, 1 Lugia, and 1 Lantern. That sounds pretty good for 40 packs. Like 5 EXs. I mean, it's not incredible. It's not the best 10 pulls we've ever had, but it's I think it's slightly above average. Probably. Yeah, you can play this with Comfy, that's right. And 60 damage for 2 is not too bad. 110, it's alright. The 3 retreat cost though is just kind of a chaotic card. Sunflora, alright. New Absol. This attack is 30 damage to one of your opponent's benched. So like a Hitmonlee for Dark. Interesting. Especially with all the babies going around. Having more bench snipers for 30 could be pretty good, but also this synergizes with Umbreon EX. But I'm not sure. I kind of get the feeling that those, like the bench sniper Hitmonlee has been feeling kind of outdated by now. Even with the Umbreon EX synergy, is this super usable? Or, you know, does this not quite make the cut anymore? 80 HP is also not too much. I guess Grass hasn't been around in a while. Right, the Decidueye was somehow like falling off last meta. But on the other hand, Leafeon EX was kind of everywhere, and Leafeon does one-shot this Absol. Yeah, I guess babies stay in the active until knocked out. Not necessarily, because you kind of just want to attack once with the baby and then retreat it for free. Unless you have some way to return it to your hand. Hoppip, Stantler. Had already seen Stantler from the full art. And Clang Clang, 150 HP, 3 for 3 energy, 70 damage. Next turn, this deals 140. That's pretty good. With 150 HP, you're almost guaranteed to be able to attack twice. The main problem is also Sabrina and Cyrus do reset this effect. which would be pretty annoying. But 3 energy isn't even that much to ask for a potential 140 damage. It's awkward in the start though. This can't really be your first Pokemon to attack in the match, I think, because 70 will be an awkward first attack. Yeah, giant cape for babies. Absolutely. I have a feeling Guzma will make a huge comeback this set after being much less used last set, and because of the new tool for dark types. Yeah, it's sort of like a Togekiss. That's pretty accurate. Force a ring, 3 energy. Swing around, flip 2 coins. Only 20 more? So it can deal 60 to 100. Not crazy about this one. Is Steelix in the Ho-Ho pack? Houndoom, 110. Oh, straight up discarded. For 3, it's kind of tricky to make this work with only 70 damage, but it's a pretty strong effect. Emolga. The attack also deals 10 damage to one of your benched. Oh, one of your own. Because it's a basic that deals 40. It's not terrible, but Emolga doesn't evolve. So it can also be kind of awkward. Unless you have some sort of synergy with Pokemon that do want to take damage. Or maybe even potentially you can be running a colorless Pokemon that is fine to take damage. Even if they use Cyrus on it, you can use Ilima. And this could be a pretty strong first attacker. But I don't know, compared to something like Skarmory or the Carnivine. Sure, those have requirements. This is a lot more flexible. Heracross. This Pokemon has no damage on it. Oh, interesting. Interesting, especially with the babies. You can kind of put the baby in the active spot. You ramp this one quickly and just straight up the lady. And as a grass Pokemon, it has access to Erika. To heal back up, it's not too shabby. I kind of like it. Okay, I think that was the second 10-pack. Heracross doesn't work with Berry. Why not? Actually, I'm not. I may have missed that detail somehow. Berry makes the cost reduced by 2, right? Would it not technically make this one attack for free? Yeah, I don't know. Some detail is escaping me on that one. Oh, it only reduces colorless. Okay, I see. Makes sense. Yeah, otherwise this one would be super strong. Saw quite a few shines there on the 10 packs. Flip a coin if heads, your opponent's active Pokemon is now paralyzed. I think we have better paralysis, but on a colorless, this is it's kind of interesting. Oh, I skipped at Macargo by mistake. but I guess we can return that when we get the overview of the 10 packs. New Togetic. I don't quite remember the other one off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure it dealt like 30 for only one. Right, so this seems underwhelming, but I kind of like the art. Boofaland. Free energy. Flip a coin until you get tails. With wheel, you can do a guaranteed 70 and then have a 50-50 to deal 140. But probably not really worth it ultimately. But as a basic, it's interesting. It's kind of low risk either way. Could run it with Ilima. Magby. Take fire energy from your energy zone and attach it to one of your benched. These ramp energy babies are probably the better ones. Yeah, Hero, another Hitmore. Yanmega EX. The card that hasn't seen play in like 3 sets or more. Probably more. But I don't dislike this card necessarily. It's super versatile, being able to fit into any color. Teddiursa. Okay. And another baby there. Oh, see an immersive. I've heard they had to replace the arts though on the immersives. Yep, I'm opening Ho-Ho first. Although I've kind of lost count of how many 10 packs I opened on Ho-Ho. Yep, it's kind of the ultimate meme immersive. Oh, did he remove the art, the video as well? That's so underwhelming. That's so bad. But yeah, I get it. The previous art, from what I gathered, was pretty much traced from a fan art by mistake. But yeah, I guess we have the Ho-Ho, though. Okay, non-full art Khaleesi now. KFC bucket to feature Ho-Ho. Ducklets, also colorless energy. That's such a cute art. Oh, stage 2 though. 120 HP, your active Pokemon has no retreat costs. That's a lot of potential. Kinda like the Sky Shaman. Sky Shaman is a basic and only works with other basics. This can be a wild ability, and 60 for 1 is pretty good too, so it can jump into the active spot anytime. I quite like it. I have to think about this card, how much use can give it. Obviously, it wants to be paired with Pokemon that have a higher retreat cost, but even 2 retreat cost is not too bad. I need to drink some tea. Yeah, I like it. Another silver. Whoa. That's that a shiny? Mankey. The Mankey that flips a coin. Makes sense. I guess Wheel might be in the other set. Chansey, oh my god, this is such a cute art. Flip a coin. If heads during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks. Okay. They're really going into coin flips, huh? Okay, so there was a mag cargo that I skipped. 2 energy. Port fire one other Pokemon, either yours or your opponent's, is chosen at random 3 times. For each time a Pokemon was chosen, do 50 damage to it. This does say one other. So if this is your only Pokemon in play, although that's kind of risky because you would lose if this goes down. But if this is your only one in play, this is actually a pretty amazing ability or attack. Dealing 150 for 2. Otherwise, it's pretty chaotic and maybe a liability. It looks pretty fun. Is there a way to have any other Pokemon and not have this be dangerous? Interesting. I wonder what kind of deck they made to pair with this, because it looks really dangerous. And it's like one other Pokemon, so the more Pokemon you have, the more likely it is that it's gonna be picking one of yours. Yeah, I guess makes sense to go with colorless ones that you can use Ilema on them. And for only 2 energy, even with the baby. Yeah, I was thinking Magby too. Start with Magby, power this up super fast, and then you can attack before they can knock out your Magcargo. Although, yeah, I guess your Magby could be picked more than once. That would be a shame. It's almost better if they knock out the Magby first, and then you bring out the Magcargo. But it's interesting. Yeah, I quite like this card. I don't think it will be good. I don't think it will be viable, but I like it. Oh, 16,000. Never once got a gut pack. But I can't complain because I typically lucky enough with the rest. Okay, so I think I've opened 30. I'm gonna go with oh, I got a free pack meanwhile. I'm gonna go with Lugia now for a little bit. New Porygon. I was curious about what it was gonna be because I already seen the Porygon 2 and the Porygon Z. But I'm pretty sure we already had Porygon with exactly these stats, didn't we? And then we had the data scan Porygon that has 50 HP, but a pretty cool ability. Quagsire, was expecting a little better, honestly. Still kind of sad with the treatment that water types kind of get with their high energy costs. Poliwag 60, 20. Oh, Full Art Bellossom. I really like Bellossom. 130, flip 3 coins. This deals 60 damage for each heads. This Pokemon is now confused. Was that really necessary? But then not bad. For only 2 energy? It is a stage 2 though. And you know, the confusion is not the worst. But I don't think you flip coins to heal from confusion. Right? At the end of the turn, I mean, only when you attack. So So that could be dangerous, but as long as you have like Center Lady, maybe even Malasada. Why didn't we get an Alolan version of Bellossom? I guess it looks pretty Hawaiian, right? Has those vibes. Oh, Vibrant Pearls. There was a thematic collection of sorts. Yeah, I really love the Bellossom art. Very less damage, but 1 energy and has Mallow. That's true. But you can use both in the same deck as well. And double deep with the rare candy. Okay. I mean, at this rate, I've only gotten like 1 EX, I think. So I 0 retreat cost. It's kind of good, actually. I've been hoping for more like 1 energy 50 damage attackers on stage 1s. I actually liked using Primeape that dealt 50 damage, especially with Lucario. Yeah, Alolan Executor is we're definitely gonna see it every once in a while, even if it's just as a meme deck. But with Will, is it that much of a meme deck anymore? Because guaranteeing 150 is not a joke. So Shatu, I'd already seen this one, I'm really interested in it. Flip a coin. If heads, your opponent's active Pokemon remaining HP is now 10. You can kinda deal some of the most damage in this game with this card. Oh, it's really dangerous. Even if they have Lily, it then goes up to like 70 HP, but there are ways to just one-shot them if you manage to poison them or burn them beforehand. So it looks really cool. New Pinsir. Underwhelming. Gold Lugia. Yeah, I actually don't know yet what the gold cards are. I guess Lugia and Ho-Ho. Shatu is Typhlosion. Yeah, I that's the combo I saw. The thing with Greninja is that you can't use Greninja's ability after Chatu's attack. You're giving them 1 turn to react. And so they can heal, they can knock out your Chatu. That's not as interesting as Typhlosion or even something like a Weezing or something. But Weezing is not easy to work with either because of the high retreat cost, and you can't use Will and Koga in the same turn. Yeah, I haven't gotten Typhlosion yet, but it has an ability that burns the opponent's Pokemon. Like, guaranteedly, you can use it from the bench. But Mary, so Fluffy is actually one of my favorite Pokemon from this set. Unfortunately, I don't love Ampharos. Not quite sure how to pronounce it. But yeah, like turning Fluffy into Ampharos was a bit of a disappointment to my childhood, not gonna lie. There's very few select evolution lines where that happens, where really excited about the pre-evolutions, then they get to their stage 2 and I'm like, I lost the interest totally in this evolution now. Like Dragonite is another one of those. I absolutely love Dratini and Dragonair. Then it evolves to Dragonite and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna play with something else now. I'm not wanting to be mean though. I know quite a lot of people love Dragonite. I have not much against Dragonites, just I love Dragonair that much more. Okay, Typhlosion is in Lugia, so that's what I'm opening now. Yeah, is it viable Fire and Psychic? That's the thing. I think you don't need Fire at that point if you're just using the Typhlosion for its ability. The Mega for Dragonite. I think I've briefly seen it, but I quite don't remember. I can check it out later. This Pokemon is now asleep. Heal 30 damage from it. Kinda hate this, but could be worse. Magikarp. Flip a coin if heads during your opponent's next turn. Prevent all damage. Oh, they're so much better than the previous Magikarp. Still 30 damage, still 30 HP, but it's, yeah. Let's see if we actually see any Gyarados coming back. The new one. I guess we can build a Gyarados deck ourselves to see how it does. Gloom, not great. Murkrow, 60 HP, flip a coin if heads, your opponent reveals random card from their hand that shuffles into their deck. The Astonish. Yeah, that just occurred to me that the new the old Ghastly with Astonish is also now better with Will. But I guess Gengar decks don't really have a reason to run Will. Unless there's something else that can now be added to a Gengar deck that also flips coins. Because Gengar decks can be a pain to fight. And I kind of want Gengar to be better, but at the same time, I don't really want it to be too meta either. Okay, Dragonite with Dragonair Wings. Looks kind of cute. But okay, pretty good ability. Or effect, rather. Hitmontop also does 20 damage to one of your opponent's benched. For the basic, this is solid. Well, this is pretty much a Pheromosa for fighting, but not an Ultra Beast. It's not bad, but 2 retreat cost. Smeargle, 70 HP, 2 energy, splatter coating, 50 damage. Change the type of random energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon to one of the following at random. That's pretty good. But only to the opponent's active, so if they're ramping the bench, this can be a liability. It has a lot of potential. Could you pair this with Lana and just bring out whatever they're putting energy onto? But if you're going first, it would be awkward because by the time you can attack with this, they already have 2 energy. Okay. This could be interesting. Maybe pairing it with the old Porygon Z or the new Porygon Z or Stoutland as well. Or a lot of the energy discards. Oh, shiny Weavile EX. I was playing with the Weavile EX a few days ago. I quite like it, kinda, but it hasn't seen use in a long time. Okay, Lantern EX, 150 HP. For 3 energy, 80 damage, flip coin. If heads, your opponent's active Pokemon is now paralyzed. If tails, it's confused. This looks really fun. And only 1 lightning energy means you can potentially run this outside of lightning decks. I'm not sure if I've seen Chinchu or whatever it's pronounced yet. But this looks pretty fun. probably not gonna be meta, but it looks quite fun. And you know, there's no downside, kind of either paralysis or confusion. They are both solid. Paralysis is obviously much better, but confusion is not bad, or not as bad as people maybe make it out to be. Barbaracle, 120 HP, stage 1, and kind of an awkward Pokemon. Don't really see this being worth using, especially in fighting. I guess this can be used in dual energy. That's the only thing. Going for it. But fighting not having ramp is really harsh. Corphish. Another Sizer. 100 HP. 2 energy, Gale Thrust, 50 plus. If this Pokemon moved from your bench to the active spot. Heals 100. That's cool. I like it actually. And with I think you can probably make a super aggro deck with Skarmory and this one. Skarmory leading with 50 damage, and then this can deal 100 anytime. It's pretty dangerous. I like it. 20 damage to one of your opponents benched. A bench snipering baby. It's pretty funny. But the damage babies, I think, are gonna be the least used ones. Boba Fett, if this Pokemon was damaged by an attack during your opponent's last turn while it was in the active spot. Okay, like a revenge type mechanic. Deals 80 damage then. If it was damaged, meaning it has to be attacked by 80 damage or less. It's not terrible for a basic, but it's kind of awkward. Lediba. Murkrow. Lark Murkrow, kind of cute. Flip a coin if heads. Oh yeah, it's the one we've seen. That is pretty decent. Oh, I've seen something there. Ah, this art is beautiful. Really love this. Elemental Switch. It's a pretty amazing card. I'm gonna replace Dawn in all of those type decks. Okay, I think we're still kind of halfway into pack openings. So I'm gonna try to maybe speed up a little bit, not too much. Okay, not many sparkly sounds there. Pinnacle, 2 energy, 30 times. Okay, not great. Chikorita. Fluffy. New Oddish. It's 50 HP is a shame. Suicune. I always loved Suicune. Not gonna lie, I was expecting like the 3 legendary beasts to get EX versions, or at least hoping any one of them would get them, especially Suicune. During your opponent's next turn, attacks used by the defending Pokemon do minus 20 damage, which is pretty awful, not gonna lie. Sure, if you get a Misty on this, it's suddenly good, but it's kind of bad otherwise. Ladder is pretty nice. Ambipom, Remoraid. They will, trust me. Oh, it's beautiful art. Flip a coin. If heads, this attack deals 40 more damage. If tails, this deals 20 damage to itself. With 150 HP, it can afford to take 20 damage. And 80 to 128 damage is not bad at all for 2 energy. So I don't mind this. I think we probably have better options for lightning decks. But it seems kind of decent. It's alright. Porygon Z, really nice. I'm very curious to try a Porygon Z deck because of Porygon 2, which we haven't gotten yet. Kingdra EX, 170 HP during our opponent's next turn. The defending Pokemon can't retreat. That's actually a really good card. Could this bring water decks back into the meta? I could see this being paired with Primarina. Right? 2 stage 2s in the same deck. Gonna be tricky in terms of deck space though. But I could see it like either 2 Primarinas and 1 Kingdra, or 2 Kingdras and 1 Primarina, or maybe even 2 of each. Shuckle EX, 120 HP, takes minus 20 from attacks, flip 3 coins. I mean, HP is low, but it's understandable with this ability. Problem is, putting coin flips on its attack makes it not very tempting to use. I love the art though. But yeah, don't really see this being used as a... I mean, minus 20, but then it becomes Cyrus bait. It's difficult for me to really like this card. Kinda like Kangaskhan, if I'm being honest. Okay, so there's the Chincho. Funny art. Pilava. Unknown. Yeah, we had the guard Unknown. Now this is power. Attacks used by your Pokemon deal plus 10 damage. Here your opponent's active. Okay, I wonder how many more Unknowns there are. And I wonder what's the best card for them to support. You'll probably want tech speed to be able to retreat the Unknowns, because you're very likely to start with the Unknown in the active spot, which is not great. Maybe not very likely, but it has some interesting potential. Scyther, Wooper. Fisher, flip 3 coins for each head. A water Pokemon is chosen at random from your discard pile and put into your hand. So this explains the new non-EX Gyarados. Paired with the fishing net as well. A water Pokemon. So the non-EX Gyarados does want basic Pokemon, and this can fish out non-basics. So you'll probably just want basics in the deck. Maybe it's not awful if it does fish out a non-basic, but it's a difficult balance to really get in this deck. I'm curious to try it. Antine, dive for 4, flip a coin, prevent all damage from attacks and effects next turn. As a basic, this is way too much of a high cost. Yeah, we have better options for that. Not to. Okay. 117. Gonna open another 10 pack on Lugia and then going back to Ho-Ho probably. Gee, so many sounds. I've kind of seen one of the immersives. Not sure if seen is the right word, because there's not really much to see there. But yeah, I did get one Ho-Ho immersive. Ninetales, love the art. Not sure what I'm looking at in the background. Kind of a wasteland of lava and rocks. During your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack. Interesting. 120. Is it really enough for this type of effect? But 3 energy is not too bad. New art coming soon, exactly. Oh. Opponent's active is now poisoned. 80 HP for a basics. Pretty alright. This is a decent stat line. Not sure if Quillfish evolves. I don't remember. For Sola, put a random Pokemon from your deck into your hand. Interesting, but I think we have better options by now. I don't think this would be used. Yeah, I was thinking in terms of Blaine potential, because when I was looking at Wheel, I was considering the Mythical Island Rapidash, I believe, that deals like 40, flips a coin, if heads deals 100, right? 40 plus 60. With Blaine, it can deal 70 or 130, but with Wheel, it deals a guaranteed 100. And that could be interesting. You have a lot of flexibility between using Blaine or Wheel with that Rapidash. And having another option for Ninetales is also kind of interesting. But would you have any other Pokemon that flips a coin to synergize with Wheel? Because if it's only Rapidash, that's kind of awkward. But I'm sure there are options. Yeah, I like the potential there. Yeah, it's great if you flip heads. I was also thinking about the origin form Palkia that saw some play back then in Gyarados decks. I wonder if Wheel is enough to make it usable again. But I kind of doubt it. I think the meta has kind of evolved a bit too much. And it seems kind of slow now, but not sure. It's not bad, 120 damage guaranteed. So Octillery. But yeah, the old Vulpix, that's right. Which could be clutch sometimes if you need just one more turn and one more energy. You can stall with Vulpix in Wheel. So Octillery, 100 HP, 2 energy, Octazooka. The defending Pokemon tries to use an attack, your opponent flips a coin. So no Wheel potential. If tails, that attack doesn't happen. This effect lasts until the defending Pokemon leaves the active spot. Oh, I see. Yeah. So shouldn't this just be confusion pretty much? But I guess it's better than confusion. Yeah, I'll have to try it out. This is not too bad. It's actually kind of nice. But 50 for 2 is not impressive. So, 2 Octilleries. Okay. New Jinx. Flip a coin if heads. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now paralyzed. 30 for 2 though. Shiny Nidoran. And that's kind of cute that they might want us to play the Nido Kings or the Nido evolution lines. Oh, pretty good. First 2-star. Okay, maybe the game wants us to play Lantern. I'm okay with that. And that's pretty beautiful. Well, love the art. So cute. Finally a wheel. The next time you flip any number of coins for an effect or the effect of an attack ability or trainer, the first coin flip will definitely be heads. Now that they say trainer, are there trainers that flip coins? Because you can't use them with supporters, so it would have to be a non-supporter trainer. But yeah, I guess future-proofing, we might get more trainers. That's one of the things with Wheel. It's only going to get better and better as we get more cards that flip coins. But yeah, I think I have the feeling, all in all, the most impactful cards of this set are not even going to be the EXs. They're going to be Silver and Will, and maybe the Elemental Switch. Misty is a supporter though, so you can't use it with the Will. Because Will, it's only in the same turn. It doesn't affect like the following turn. But would be pretty good though if it would. Yeah, the problem is I think we'll make how's it called? Guzzlord decks even better. I think Bastiodon also doesn't work. Let's reread Will. Because Bastiodon only triggers on your opponent's turn. Right, this says, after using this card on this turn. Yeah, I guess this is kind of ambiguous. So the next time you flip... I mean... If it affected more turns, it would just say after using this card. The fact that it says on this turn should mean that this effect ends when this turn ends. But yeah, we can test it out. But yeah, that's my understanding. That's why, like, I would actually love it to work with Bastiodon, but since Bastiodon triggers only on your opponent's turn, I don't think it will. Same thing with Conkeldurr, for example, that has the Guts ability that makes it survive any attack. But I'd love for that to be the case. Okay, going back to Ho-Ho now. We got 2 Lanterns there, and 1 Umbreon EX so far, and 1 Ho-Ho EX. Steel Apron. The metal Pokemon this card is attached to takes -10 damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. Recovers from special conditions and can't be affected by special conditions. Pretty interesting. Yeah, in the mainline games, Steel Pokemon were immune to a few special conditions, I think. At least something like Poison, they were definitely immune to. I'm not sure if the Steel Apron is going to be used much, but it has potential. It's kind of on par with something like Leftovers or even kind of Giant Cape, but not necessarily, not for something like Solgaleo that deals the self-damage, and so Leftovers is kind of better. Dark Pendant, so that's the card I'm also very afraid of. If the Dark Pokemon this card is attached to is in the active spot and is damaged by an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, your opponent reveals a random card from their hand and shuffles it into their deck. And this is gonna be so annoying. This is so good, and this is why I think Guzma will make a comeback, because everyone will hate this card. At least we got 2 of them. Okay, no new cards there. Synergy with Steelix. Yeah, I haven't seen Steelix yet. Another Tyranitar. It's pretty nice. I skipped one of stage 1s there. Angela. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now asleep. For 2 energy, that's kind of bad. Oh, the cute Togepi. So cute, adorable. New Kangaskhan. Your opponent's active Pokemon is an evolution Pokemon. This deals 60 for 1. Interesting. Interesting, but maybe not really good enough. Not sure. So I skipped one of those by mistake. Just kind of basic. Only 70 HP for a stage 1 is kind of impressive. Okay, so I think I'm up to like 50 or 5-10 pulls on Ho-Ho. I'm not quite sure how many packs I opened anymore. Should have kept track better. So I'm gonna switch to Lugia now. Bayleaf. Punchcrow. Alright, I guess. Things here. So no new cards so far here. And there we go. Lugia EX. This has some interesting potential. Very curious. Although this does seem like maybe the worst EX of the set. I'm not sure. I don't quite remember every single one right now. But definitely seems like the clunkiest one to make work. Life-Up. Random Pokemon from your deck into your hand. Card draw for 0 energies is decent. But it's a shame that babies can't evolve, from my understanding. That would definitely reduce a lot of their risk. You could just then afterwards evolve to Clefairy. Okay, another full art Colossum. Really nice. The Seadra. And shiny Gyarados EX. The one that has also not seen play in so long. But I think mainly just because of Magikarp. Magikarp is such a liability. Yeah, Shuckle is probably the worst. But I don't think Lugia is that far ahead. Unfortunately. So let me check something. Still have Espion. I think I only have one Lyra. And in here, I don't have Crobat yet. Or Umbreon. No, I have one Umbreon, but no Crobats. I think I'm gonna prioritize Ho-Ho a little bit more. Okay, Ducklet. Heracross and another Smoochum. Okay, second Ho-Ho. Very nice. And a Tyrogue on top. Oh, that's such a cool art. Such a cool art on such a basic card. There we go, second Umbreon EX. Just missing the Crobats now. Yeah. So I actually got both of them in by just opening the packs. And I didn't open that many packs. Like, sure, I spent quite a bit, but I think I only got enough pack points for a 2-star that I used on Sylveon EX Rainbow. Otherwise, I was really lucky. But all the gold cards, EV Bag was not the ones I was most craving. Another shiny Yanmega EX, surprisingly. Yeah, the golden Pokeballs are the ones that cost me most, probably. Azumarill, 110, minus 30 from fire or water. Oddly specific for such an underwhelming attack. Yeah. So I was actually, during the first 3 sets of the game, I was actually completely free to play. Like Genetic Apex, Mythical Island, and Space-Time Smackdown, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't spend a dime. I only started spending when Triumphant Light came out, and then also kind of retroactively opening packs from those first 3 sets. So I did get a taste of what it was like being free to play. And I think the game is actually kind of fairly generous for free to plays to some extent. Like, I was definitely by the end of the 3rd set feeling like I was falling behind. And like there were quite a few EXs that I didn't have. And even 3 diamonds that I didn't have. And for the most part, like, you could make do, especially with trading, when trading was introduced. But otherwise, I couldn't complain much. Cute full art baby. Do all of the babies have full art? But yeah, it was only later on in Triumphant Light and beyond that I decided to start spending, especially when I set my eyes on creating this, or set my mind on creating this channel, because I wanted to have all the cards for making any decks that I wanted to showcase. But yeah, trading seems a lot nicer. Like, they've yesterday they've added a lot of small quality of life tweaks that are very appreciated for the most part. Except, I'd say, the wish list system that was completely revamped. On one hand, it's really nice that you can now actually show other players what cards you want. Like you can have a wish list tied to your profile, which is really good for trading. On the other hand, like they've limited wish list to 20 cards now. You can only wish list 20. I basically had all 2 stars that I didn't have wish listed. They went ahead and removed all wish listed cards that you had. So basically they reset your wish list to 0. And then they put a limit on you can only wish list 20, which is silly because if the wish list is for trading, then my 2 stars that I wanted wish listed that cannot be traded in the first place anyway. Why did they remove them? Yeah, I've also used an app for trading like Pokehub. Has been really convenient. That's some spicy card coming in potentially. Let's hope it's not another Mankey. Oh, okay. Second Gyarados EX. And that is a spicy card. Yeah, Pokehub is just more convenient. Like anytime I needed a card to trade, I just went to Pokehub and in like 10 minutes most I would have the card. Like I would check out to who was offering that card, what card did they want. Oh Lord. That's beautiful. Really nice. This Pokemon is in the active spot. You may heal 30 damage from one of your Pokemon. Curious to use this. Like at first glance, it doesn't seem that amazing, but the fact that it's a Psychic, you can use it with Sylveon EX or non-EX Espion or non-EX Sylveon. Has so much flexibility. I quite like it. But yeah, I would basically wishlist all of the 2 stars so that whenever I went to the Wonder Peak, I just wanted to see if there was any 2-star really quickly there. Especially ever since I started spending, like I kind of get every other card that isn't a 2-star just from packs. Maybe the 1-stars escape me every once in a while. But yeah, kind of disappointed with the wishlist change. On the other hand, really happy about a lot of the other quality of life stuff they've added. Especially bulk purchase in the shop, but also even things like the gameplay effects when there was only one card to choose from a Communication or a Sabrina. They now do that automatically, which is really great. I mean, it was a long time coming, right? The game's been out for what, 10 months or something by now? So it did take them a while to do that. So now, I'm gonna check the collection real quick so that I can see exactly what I'm missing. Maybe not this. So I can just go to booster, filter specifically for this set. And yeah, that should be... No, I do have to put that toggle. See what I'm missing. I'm gonna put that one as well. Okay, I'm still missing quite a few. I lost them on Lugia. Growth on Ho-Ho. Yeah, the trade tokens seem kinda necessary. I get it that they don't want people to just trade every single card they need in one day. And like mobile games typically value retention above anything else. Some quite often even above revenue, even above like monetization. They will want you to just come back to the game day after day after day. And trade tokens are kind of a way to force you to do that. If you can trade everything in a day, you do have to come back the next day to continue trading. Or after 5 days when your stamina or trade tokens are restored. But yeah, at the end of the day, like I'm kind of disappointed by their trading. So Meganim is on Lugia. Typhlosion is on Lugia. Entei on Ho-Ho. I do only have one Kingdra. Okay, so I get the feeling that I'm missing more cards from Lugia than Ho-Ho. Pichu. New Togekiss. Guess let's see what it does. 140 HP. And you can use... should be able to use Cynthia with this. Any damage is done to this Pokemon by attacks. Flip a coin if heads. Whoa. I'm sorry. I mean, 70 for 3 is really... It's kind of bad. Or pretty bad. But this ability is kind of amazing. But again, Will should not be able to work with this because this only triggers on your opponent's turn. But it's still a pretty amazing ability. I don't think it will replace this Togekiss though. So the regular SPNEX, there's only 2 Unowns, unfortunately. You need to have both. Then your Pokemon take less 10 damage and deal 10 more damage. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think Will would work with this because this ability only triggers on your opponent's turn when this Pokemon is attacked. So if it is on your opponent's turn, Will sort of implies that this has to be on your turn. So Mamoswine on Ho-Ho, also missed this one. Stack deals 20 damage to each of your benched. Why though? 160 HP is respectable. 160 for 4 is even more respectable. Okay, it's not as bad as it first looked, but this effect is pretty harsh. But looks kind of interesting, kind of fun. And you could potentially put this Piloswine in the middle, just in case you wanted to take less damage. Because you're not really gonna be attacking with Piloswine, I think, for the most part. Maybe sometimes you will. So yeah, Donphan EX. I'm also missing this one on the Ho-Ho set. But yeah, we still have more packs to open, so I can still have a chance of opening some of these. Steelix. Might as well see what it does. 150 HP. Just 110 for 4. Not... doesn't look good. But with the 3 colorless, you can use Brock with any of the Onyxes. The new Onyx attacks with colorless. But it was more underwhelming than I thought. Skarmory EX also on Ho-Ho. Okay, so maybe I should go more for Ho-Ho after all. Yeah, so this I definitely do want the Porygon too. Squirt Bottle on Lugia. I honestly really don't like this card design either, where it's countering a very specific, like, this effect is pretty nuts, but only against fire decks. And it just feels unfair, this kind of design. This deck doesn't have a sideboard like for tournament play, I think. I don't think tournaments have a sideboard where you can have like a set of cards that you can switch into your deck after certain matches against certain opponents. Like, it's a really strong effect, but very extremely situational. It's just so weird. Yeah, it's kind of game breaking against Charizard. But every other matchup, it's kind of useless. Unless maybe Ho-Ho was extremely popular. Unless a lot of decks were using this, and maybe, I guess, one of these three energies is going to be a fire, and you could use it against a lot more matchups. But it's just such an awkward design choice. Okay, so I'm gonna open a few more. I kind of forget how many we've opened, though. Let's try to open maybe 2 more 10 pulls of each pack. Silver, not sure if I had to, but now I do. Unknowns. Another full art Tyranitar. Pretty cool. Non-full art Togepi. So Delibird draws a card. I think these cards are also kind of outdated by now. The cards that draw a card for 1, whether they deal 10 damage or not. Except Eevee, of course, but Eevee is a special case because it can then evolve, but a lot of these others, like Klefki, are just kind of outdated. They're not unusable, but probably have better options. Helix, there we go, 150. But yeah, a lot more underwhelming than I thought for a card that has that supporter, dedicated supporter. Guess it's the fact that it can almost always attack twice if you do get the 4 energy on it, and the fact that you have the Brock for the Onix. That's like 2 Onixes, 2 Brocks, 2 Steelix, 1 or 2 Jasmine. That's like 7 cards or 8 cards already, just to try to make this card work in your deck. It's so awkward. Donphan Yax, there we go. 160 HP. I think this card might actually be really decent. Stage 1, attacking for 50 for 1 energy is nice enough. Then if you have 3 energy, it attacks for 110. 160 HP is really solid. I like it. I guess this, now that I see it, kind of reminding me of the Executor EX stat line or the Crabominable EX stat line. Although those cards deal like 40 to 80 damage for only 1, this will deal a guaranteed 50 first until you invest enough energy. If you do have the 3 energy, you can retreat. You can pay the retreat cost, but you can also use Lyra. I think Lyra actually makes all 3 of them much better. Totodile, super cute. Love it. Okay. So pretty decent. Still need quite a few more. The Skarmory. Guess maybe I'm gonna switch to Lugia afterwards. Try to get the Porygons. Okay. Has anyone got suggestions of what the first few decks you'd like to see? Still kind of undecided. I think at first I'd probably lean more towards something using Will that has so many possibilities. Actually, I don't know if I have 2 Wills already. Worst case scenario, I guess I can craft a Will. But yeah, pretty open to suggestions on decks. I do have quite a few EXs already, but we can recheck again which EXs I have. Any card that uses coin flip. Yeah, let's actually recheck some of the best targets for coin flips after opening the packs as well. Like my first instinct is actually the non-EX Aerodactyl that returns the opponent's Pokemon to the deck. That seems so good with Will. Crazy good. Against the stage 2, like decks with stage 2s typically are very dependent on the rare candy. Oh, okay, second Espeon. It's fantastic. They're very dependent on rare candy. If you return a stage 2 to the deck with the Aerodactyl, they will need the second rare candy to replay it. Wobbuffet, full art. That's so cute. Did we get the why not though? I don't remember seeing it. Yeah, Executor EX with the non-EX can actually be a nice deck to go for. You'll have the flexibility, like you will be leading off with the EX one and then finishing the game with the Alolan EX for 150. That's really strong. Old Porygon. Yeah, with Smeargle that also changes the energy, but it's a lot of energy costs, right? I think Smeargle costs 2 and then the old Porygon needs 3. It's kind of tricky to make that work in time. Maybe with the energy switches that we just got, we can put that since they're both colorless, or maybe there's even one of the colors that works, you know, one colored Pokemon of those 3 colors that works well with those 2. Okay, another Porygon Z. I do want Porygon 2 though. I think I'm still missing 2 of them. Because the new Porygon 2 is what makes Porygon Z so good now. Okay. I think I'm nearing the max packs I can open for today. I'm gonna fear a baby to ramp them. Makes sense. Meganium. Another Shackle. Oh, got a Porygon 2 there, but I skipped it a bit fast. But I already saw what it does, but we can check it quickly for those who haven't seen it. Okay, another wheel. Pools have gone alright. I think for the most part I got most of the EXs. Not I didn't get 2 copies of all of them, and there's a couple of I didn't even get at all, like the Skarmory EX. But I got like 2 copies of Umbreon, of Espeon, of Ho-Ho, I think. Let's see. I got 2 copies of Shuckle, got 1 copy of Kingdra. So for those who haven't seen Porygon 2, like at first glance, when I first saw this card when it was revealed before the set came out, yeah, the old Aerodactyl and what? Nostisma? I'm not sure if you're using the French name for that Pokemon. I don't quite recognize that. But yeah, the old Aerodactyl is gonna be so nice. But yeah, the thing is, Porygon Z at first glance, it seemed like just a bad Statland or a slightly worse Statland. The only advantage it would have is like against Sabrina. Because if you use... Oh, Rotom. You mean like the grass Rotom that this either discards energy or something? Oh, you mean the Fan Rotom, right? I don't think they quite do the same. I think Fan Rotom returns to the hand and Aerodactyl returns to the deck. So I'm quite more interested in Aerodactyl, although Fan Rotom is a basic, so you're not reliant on the fossil, so that's really good. The reason I'm... Oh, not the colorless? Oh, or yes, the colorless, okay. The reason I'm more interested in Aerodactyl is that I can also splash an Aerodactyl EX in there and use Fighting Energy potentially, or maybe even without the Fighting Energy, Aerodactyl EX can be something like a supporter in the bench potentially. And I can use 2 Old Embers and play one or the other. But yeah, Fan Rotom does return to the hand, so they'll be able to replay it a bit faster. Whereas returning to the deck seems quite a lot more disruptive, especially if you're also running red cards in Mars. Yeah, at first glance, it seemed like the worst Stoutland, but the thing is, with Porygon 2, as soon as you put energy on Porygon 2, it evolves into Porygon Z. That makes you not need to run a rare candy anymore. You only really need 2 cards to attack with Porygon Z, whereas Stoutland needs 3, including the rare candy. So I'm really curious, and I'm maybe even curious to use them both. I guess you guys may be tired of Stoutland decks already, but I'm so curious at the potential of Porygon Z. Okay, so that's all of the pack openings. Let's see what we got. I got a friend request, which I don't figure it's any of you because I don't think my friend ID was displayed anywhere. Um, Probably from a Wonder Pick. So checking the Wonder Picks. Now, let's see if there's any EX that we missed that is around here. Or even the Porygon too. I guess not, huh? New Tangrowth. So pretty sure, yeah, I got the 2 Shuckles. And I got a 2-star SPN alongside the normal SPN. So nothing to Wonder Pick here. I guess getting the free packs. What else do we have here? Some tokens for the emblems. Most likely, I can do this one later. Do any of these give more pack hourglasses? Not sure. Yeah, I guess let's review what EXs we really got. Yeah, let's with this. So only one Meganium there. Jump Bluff is something we can use already. Yeah, not quite 36 free packs. Yeah, it's 3 hourglasses for 3 packs. I already did that, but it's a really good tip for everyone. So I'm curious about Jump Bluff. Curious about Chuckle. Curious about Cherubi. But don't love this Cherrim. Wait, why would you use that Cherrim when you have this one? This also confuses. Right? The only advantage is this is a colorless attack. But the confusion one is so good. But I guess this is a Sweets Relay specifically. Could be fun. So 2 Ninetales there. 1 Ho-Ho and 1 Ho-Ho Immersive. And maybe I should put my type. And now I can actually see the full arts. Yeah. I also got one of those. Yeah, I guess you would pair Cherubi with the Sweets Relay one with the Confusion Cherrim, or even maybe not even run Cherrim at all in that deck, but you know, for the sake of fun moments, I'd probably put that Cherrim there. Yeah, you can attack for free. Yeah, no Typhlosion. It's pretty sad. I was really looking forward to use Typhlosion with the Chatu to be able to one-shot anything. Looks pretty fun. Yeah, Cherrim is probably not worth it, but I do like the Confusion. It's only one energy for 40 damage. It's all right. I've used Cherrim before in previous expansions, and it's kind of better than it seems. Like 80 HP dies super fast, but Confusion sometimes wins you matches. But yeah, it's probably not too worth it since it only deals 10 more damage and is not stacking the Sweet's Relay for you. So I don't remember the new Poliwrath. Oh, it's a Politoed. So 140 HP, 2 energy, 60 damage. As long as this Pokemon is on your bench, attacks used by your Pokemon that evolve from Poliwhirl will 40 plus damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. Seems like the Nidoking, Nidoqueen treatment. So you either have 2 Politoads, and the second Politoad will deal 100 damage, or you have the Poliwrath, which should appear here. Yeah, or you have the Poliwrath dealing 120 for 3, aside from that ability. And it's kind of funny. Yeah, was just looking at the Politoad. It's looks kind of good. Like, looks kind of good. Obviously, it's a Stage 2. It's going to take up a lot of your deck. Getting both Stage 2s on the board is going to be really difficult. I'm not sure if it's easier because it needs 1 more energy to attack, but it's... Yeah, the problem is, how do you get both on the board? Kind of need Sylveon EX in there, potentially, to draw your deck fast enough. So Kingdra, only 1 Kingdra. Artillery. Artillery could be a possibility. Oh yeah, this Groudon looks pretty amazing. Once during your turn, when you play this Pokemon to evolve, you can potentially sacrifice it after you evolve it, and then you return it to your hand with the new supporter. You can return both to your hand. You can keep on replaying it. It's a shame I only got 1, because I was really curious to try this. This is a really strong effect. I guess Swanna could be a good way for a lot of these decks to set up as well. I really love Swanna. The main problem is only the 80 HP, is if it gets knocked out before you can attack with it. Like after you've already put 1 energy on it, and then it gets knocked out. It can be really, really bad in that case. Yeah, even with Kingdra. Yeah, I really, really love the Kingdra potential. So Chinchu, Lantern. I did get 2 Lanterns, so we could play that as well. Especially with the Elemental Switch, I think that has a lot of potential. With either... Yeah, with either like, what's it called, Zeraora or Magneton. Both could work nice. Then with an Elemental Switch, you can power Lantern up fast. Kinda fast. Or even with Swanna, potentially. I think it does. Like, they can still retreat through abilities or supporters. I mean, Lyra or something like Celesteela. Right? I'm not sure if there's any other cases like Solgaleo, I guess. Solgaleo, Celesteela, and Lyra will still counter this. Okay, so we also have the two Thespians. We got the chat too. One Donphan EX. Two Umbreons. Two Tyrannitars. Nothing too interesting of metal types. Only one Porygon 2 missing. I'm very curious to get the second one. Maybe it's usable with only one of them, but I guess you really want to. Like if you were using rare candies to replace the second one. Okay. So I did get the supporters and the items here. Okay, what not sure if there's any kind of Caesar, not sure I pronounce it, looks really good too. Not sure if there's any kind of specific deck requests here. I was leaning towards either Porygon Z or the new Porygon Z or the Aerodactyl, the non-EX Aerodactyl with Will. Yeah, don't mind my build decks so far because they are mostly for solo missions. I typically delete the non-solo mission decks shortly after I build them or shortly after I use them or record a video with them. Politoed, but I think I only had one Politoed, didn't I? No, I don't even have it, unfortunately. So that might have to wait a couple of days until I get it. Let's see though, Old Ember with the Aerodactyl. I guess first off, I should check something with you guys. She's just the cards that have potential with Will. How do I just slightly more like that? So what I wanted to check is like any card that says flip a coin, and we can filter out the full arts. And I'll just kind of collect a few of these that can be really interesting. Like, I think for the most part, Executor EX could be making a comeback, especially with the non-EX Executor as well. I quite like Articuno, but I think you have an even better option now, which is the Glaceon, the non-EX Glaceon that also paralyzes for 2 energy. Moltres, Zapdos, not too interesting there. Yeah, like I definitely use this advanced search a lot when building decks because it's really useful. Let's say you want like a water type and colorless type that attacks for only 1 energy and deals like at least 60 damage. You can search all of that, and it's really useful for deck building sometimes. Okay, what else? I actually really like Duck Trio. I think out of these types of cards that have this effect, Duck Trio is one of the most convenient ones because it deals 40 and for 1. The only problem is only having 70 HP. But I used to have Duck Trio with Lucario a lot. To deal 60 damage and having the 50-50. I think you could also pair it with Marowak now, guaranteeing yourself 80 damage and 50-50 of dealing 160, which is pretty respectable. What else? So Hero, I think, is also a very good one. So one of the things that I found kind of dumb is when they released this Sharpedo. This Sharpedo came out in Extra Dimensional Crisis when we already had Hero, which is pretty much better in every single way. It's colorless, has 10 more HP, has the exact same weakness, exact same retreat cost. It's kind of weird why they released the Sharpedo when we had this Hero. And the discarding an energy guaranteedly with Hero looks really good. Although granted, you kind of have Beedrill EX nowadays, the stage 2 instead of a 1, but Beedrill is tied to grass. So this could have a lot of potential. Let's see, what else? Where was I? The Aerodactyl is definitely one. I think even on Celebi, Wheel is not awful. I think Rapidash is also a very interesting choice. So we were talking about Fenrotom, but I think Morotom is actually quite good. It's a bit similar to the potential of Hero, but as a basic that is also tied to grass. But again, we have Beedrill EX for grass, I suppose. Yeah, anything that paralyzes, but I think the clear winner is kind of Glaceon. Especially with the whole EV package that we now have. Yeah, I kind of have to think about it. I would kind of want to avoid doing the same sort of Glaceon deck that I built before with the water EVs. But I think we can do something new potentially with this one or two non-EX Glaceons, yeah. So what else? I think even something like what was it? The Seeking, but we also got a very similar card to Seeking now. These cards that are stage 1s deal 80 damage for 1. I think they can be kind of good now. 80 damage is a lot for a stage 1. For only 1 energy, I mean. Yeah, Leaky. You do guarantee yourself 140 damage, which is respectable. And then 50-50 on doing 180, which pretty much one-shots everything. Yeah, I don't quite like the search of the in-game. It's so limiting. And then one of the things I'm missing from this advanced search is also that I can't filter out by Pokemon that can evolve or cannot evolve, which would have some uses, but But let's see, what else? Bastiodon would be interesting, but I don't think it would work. Licky Leak, it just requires a lot. Penrotem is what I was mentioning before, like this does return to the hand. Aerodactyl shuffles it into their deck. They both cost the same energy. Just the fact that Aerodactyl would be a lot less consistent because you need to draw 2 cards and you never are guaranteed to start with Old Amber in your hand. Yeah, Tinkaton. I think I haven't scrolled that far yet. Origin Form Dialga could be funny. Origin Form Palkia could be making a comeback. Not sure. 3 energy is a lot after all. Probably have better options nowadays. And Origin Form cannot even deal with Oricorio unless it flips heads. Having to spend the wheel just to finish off an Oricorio would be kind of sad. But yeah, the Beware. But Beware needs 2 coin flips, right? It's kind of like there's quite a few other cards that that one shot if you draw 2, like something like Golurk, or I think there was a Pinsir as well. Not this Pinsir. Yeah, maybe I'm confusing. Yeah, I think I was thinking of Heracross. Like these types of cards that need to flip 2 coins. Like Golurk and even the non-EX Incineroar can deal a lot of damage now on a 50-50 with a guaranteed 100 damage. Heracross, there's... yeah, it's actually not this Heracross. I guess Beware is one of the better examples. Even Kakuna could be clutch, kind of good. Sometimes with Kakuna or with Beedrill deck, I needed 2 energy to attack with Beedrill, and Kakuna could sometimes buy you a turn to get that 2 energies on your Beedrill. But you wouldn't run wheel just for a Kakuna. You would have to have more coin flips. So what else do we have? The Tinkaton, of course, looks really solid. 80 damage guaranteed with a... No, I mean... yeah, it would be a guaranteed 160, just straight up. Kind of a terrifying finisher. That Tinkaton looks amazing. So, of course, the Alolan Executor. Just guaranteeing yourself 150. Yeah, I guess it's almost on par with Tinkaton in that regard. Has only 10 less HP, is a stage 1, not an EX. A lot higher retreat cost though. And just 10 less damage. The only thing is after you use Will, you can no longer guarantee damage at all. Oh, even this Genetic is kind of interesting. Omastar effect. The Omastar effect guaranteed for 2 energy on grass. Yes, let's put that there as well. Alolan Marowak, yeah. It's kind of like the Marowak EX. Oh yeah, but you guarantee the burn with this. Yeah, Conkeldurr is that question though, because this only triggers on your opponent's turn. I unfortunately don't think it works with Will. Something that could be funny as well is the Lycanroc that never saw play at all. Because this effect is good if it rolls heads. Although it needs 3 energy, which is a lot. It was just so overshadowed by the other Lycanroc that we never really saw this one. So, what else? Alolan Duck Trio. Yeah, Guzzlord is gonna be the obvious choice. Unfortunately, Beware is the fun choice. 50-50 of just knocking them out straight up. What else? Yeah, the thing with Guzzlord is that also often runs Celesteela, and Wheel also makes Celesteela quite nicer. The only main problem is that you cannot use both Lusamine and Wheel in the same turn. You can kind of have to use Lusamine the turn before, which kind of is a forewarning that, hey, they're gonna attack with Celesteela. They might have a Wheel in hand. So you have a little bit of time to react. Oh yeah, Mimikyu looks so nice. It's kind of like a budget Mew EX. This looks really funny. So Vaporeon guaranteeing a discard is quite nice too. Oh, Drampa is actually very interesting with this, because dealing 70 and paralyzing is kind of like Glaceon, but fits into any deck. That's the thing is, any other time without Will, you're not really guaranteeing any damage at all. 50-50 on doing absolutely nothing, where Glaceon at least deals 60 damage. The Drampa? It's pretty interesting. But yeah, it's a lot better. Like, guaranteed paralysis is insanely good. What else? I guess even on Lantern, it's not as bad as I thought, actually. I was not even registering Wheel with Lantern, because in my mind this is good either way, whether you flip heads or tails. But guaranteeing the paralysis is really good, actually. Since we have 2 Lanterns, should we start with Lantern? Ampharos is not too bad either, guaranteeing yourself the 120 for 2. Gonna save those 2. Entei seems so underwhelming. Welcome to the stream, Ada. Yeah, not too late, just 2 hours late, no issue. I haven't even started making decks yet, just been opening packs so far. And talking a lot about the new cards. So we're eventually getting a Blissey as well, promo Blissey. Oh, this Chinchou is new as well. I hadn't seen this one. Promo Chinchou. If head, switch in one of your opponent's benched Pokemon to the active spot. And you're the one that chooses which Pokemon it is. Which is pretty interesting. Right? It's actually quite disruptive, potentially. But yeah, you can guarantee the burn with 2 cannon. Yeah, choosing the Pokemon especially if it has a high enough retreat cost and now it gets stuck in the active spot. It's really annoying for your opponent. Okay, otherwise I'm not super impressed. I'd be surprised to actually start seeing the Astonish Ghastly with this Hunter. It should be really annoying. Okay. Now I'm leaning more towards Lantern. So we have stuff like the 2 Executors. I think I may have to kind of open this a little bit more because sorry about that. How do I do this? I guess this is enough. Okay. Not hiding much there. But yeah. So you could potentially run both Executors in the same one. You have stuff like Aerodactyl and Fanrotom, which are super disruptive. You have Fearow for this card, which I think is amazing as well. You have Mimikyu for the Psychic types. It's kind of like Mew EX. Needs 1 less energy, has a lot less HP, but it's not an EX, so it's alright. But I think this is kind of just that card you bring out in the late game to finish off something big that they have. Rapidash I think is super interesting just because of that flexibility. Now you can play it with Will or with Blaine to deal 40, 70, 100 or 130 damage depending on which card you use and which flip you get from the coin. Guaranteed Paralysis, really great. Shiinotic as a kind of control for like an Omastar. Pinkaton for more damage. Drampa also for the guaranteed paralysis like Glaceon. And Lantern also for the guaranteed paralysis. And Ampharos, it's just more damage like Tinkaton. So yeah, a lot of interesting choices. Lantern only requires 1 lightning, so I think we can try a Lantern deck with dual energy. And my next choice would be these ones. Like a Aerodactyl, 1 of each. Well, not sure. One of the things I like with Aerodactyl is that I can then run like Zero Aura to try to improve the chances of starting with Zero Aura. Then what? Chinchou and Lantern. Although, yeah, I'm not really sure if this would work at all. Then what else was I thinking? Lantern, Zero Aura, and Aerodactyl with dual energy, with 2 wills, right? And 2 elemental switches. Oh, sorry. Yeah, totally forgot to... switch. My bad. For some reason this... Okay. Real sorry about that. I was still stuck in the browser window. But yeah, I was basically trying to go for a Lantern, Aerodactyl, and Zero Aura. Running the fossils makes it more likely to start with Zero Aura. I guess even in that case, I don't necessarily need 2 lanterns. But yeah, with elemental switch, like now I'm gonna go for favorites, which is where I have most of the trainers that you kind of put everywhere. So definitely need to research as into Pokeballs, which doesn't give me much leeway for much else. Oh, Pichu? Yeah, let's you make a good point. Let's actually just I guess I don't need to lightning, fighting. Let's also put dragon colorless just in case, but let's kind of filter it out for the new set only. So Pichu, you know what? You know, for science, thing is between Pichu, I think Pichu and Zeraora kind of compete for the same role of helping you ramp. Like, of course, ideally you would want both on the board on the first turn. So I'm not super sure how well that would work or how consistently that would work. Since I'm gonna try to use dual energy, I'm gonna try it like this. One of the problems of dual energy with Zeraora is that you cannot guarantee yourself the lightning to attack with it early. I could run Oricorio. I guess the more basics I run, the less consistent the Zeraora is gonna be. So, you know, for the sake of just testing this deck out, we can try it like this. I could also consider a Dawn on top of the 2 elemental switches, but I think that's overkill probably. None of these colorless seem particularly great here. For the fighting ones. So, is there a way to reset instantly the filters? So, yeah, clear. Now back to the supporters. Since I'm trying to go for paralysis, maybe something like a Sabrina to try to pull them into a paralysis or the Aerodactyl could be good. But then I can't use Will in the same turn, so maybe not. Maybe actually what I would want is either a communication to try to switch for a Zeraora early on or in the first turn, or something like a repel to use Will in the same turn. Maybe even something like a next speed to conserve energy. But yeah, we do have the lightning cord as well. That's only really good on Zeraora. Maybe with the elemental switches. Yeah, it does retreat for 1. I'm gonna try to go with the next speed. You know, this deck looks kind of whack, but could have some potential. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, let's try to put something new here. I thought I had the new card sleeve from the promo. Was that I think the new card sleeve might actually be tied to the gifts here. Yeah. Unfortunately, you do have to purchase. It's on the new bundle that we have. Okay, so let's just really quickly gonna use the new stuff. Cute cards. So I have a feeling this will be pretty inconsistent. Oh, we can play ranked already? Thought it was only gonna be tomorrow. Oh, okay. tomorrow or maybe Friday. So let's give it a spin. I don't have a lot of expectations. Like typically when I build a deck, I don't really care much about the first version. First off, I just bring it to random, play it a few times just to get a feel for the deck, like how consistent it really is, how well the cards that were there on my first instinct. We happen to start with Pichu here, but we are going second. Yeah. Let's go with this. With the Pokeball, we might be able to get the Zeraora. Good luck on your pack openings. Okay, so I think I would go with the research first. Try to max my chances of more Zeraoras. If I could get both. Although maybe I don't want both at this point, but I do think I guarantee both here. But I could go with Old Amber as well. But I'll go with both here. Should be fine. Yeah, not used to being able to just attack for free at all. This felt weird. I'm gonna put the energy there. So I already have 4 energy on the first turn. Kind of nuts. Unfortunately, no Lantern and no Elemental Switch here. I guess we don't even need Elemental Switch at this point. Right? So maybe the answer is actually going with 2 Pichus, and we don't need the Zeraora necessarily that much. They can't attack here just yet, and I can attack with Zeraora here. I think Sabrina even helps us, because I was gonna retreat with Pichu anyway. That's one less card for them. So there we go with the Lantern. I can even go with Lantern already, but maybe that's dangerous. I think it's kind of dangerous because I already used Research and can't use Will now. And if I confuse it, maybe I just deal 50, but then it goes down to 90, which is kind of awkward. But then I would kind of guarantee the KO with Will. They're attacking with Zeraora. I think it's fine. Let's just attack with Zeraora. Yeah, I wouldn't call this meta, but it's certainly fun to try out these new cards. I'm looking forward to return that Flareon to their deck. But maybe not ideal though. Okay, so attacks for 70. It's completely fine. Lantern does kind of risk getting knocked out by the Flareon, so I think it's actually kind of convenient that it only deals 80, so that I could potentially retreat back into Zeraora afterwards. Although I'll waste quite a lot of energy retreating back and forth here. Maybe I could potentially just attack with both Zeraoras to take these out, but then if they have a Eevee bag, it's pretty dangerous. So I think I'm gonna try this out. Because of the elemental switches, I don't mind it too much. I'm just gonna guarantee the paralysis here. put this down at 10. And now I can finish it off with the Zero Aura. If I will have the proper energy to mess around here, I think I can just put all energy on Lantern while I do this. So getting 2 points here, they still have 0. They have a non-EX Leafeon there, which probably won't do that much. Although I would really like the second wheel, potentially. Oh, X-Speed is actually kind of nice here. So yeah, at this point, you know what, I'm gonna go for the unhealthy Zero Aura. Then I can either use Elemental Switch or I can put the energy there manually. If I want to play around Mars, I think Elemental Switch makes more sense. I don't think it really matters too much ultimately. I'm just kind of gonna do this and finish this off. So they bring out the Flareon. This might come down to a 50-50, but they still have 0 points. So they did have the Mars, which sets us back quite a bit here. But I can just use the Zero Aura to deal 50. Because if they have red or double Eevee Bag, my Lantern is in danger. Didn't I have dual energy? Right? Pretty sure I had dual energy. So yeah, if they actually use Combust here, they get themselves knocked out. They would be forced to use an Eevee Bag to heal. And if they use an Eevee Bag to heal, that's one less Eevee Bag they have to use to KO the Lantern, and they would need to have the red to KO the Lantern. So this is looking good, surprisingly. We did get a pretty good hand as well at the start. And I think they might have rage quitted. It's pretty funny. But yeah, that kind of worked out quite nicely. I wonder if I might need a giant cape for Lantern here. Oh, they are back. Okay, so they have a giant cape of their own. Of course, I forgot that deck runs giant cape. So they can comfortably combust, keep both Eevee Bags. Yeah, a lot of people just kind of don't care in with this. I guess I could have gone with Pichu because it retreats for free. Not that it matters. Oh, finally gets fighting energy there. But I think it's down to this 50-50. Actually, they will need to heal to use Combust now. And even in that case, they are still confused. So this is not a bad situation at all. I only lose to red, and they would need an Eevee Bag as well. And they would also need to win the 50-50 on the confusion. Can they manage all of that? Oh, okay. So they retreat, which which is actually kinda fine, I think. And yeah, now we guarantee the paralysis. Pretty sure they don't run any healing, any center lady or anything. Hey, fun new match, GG. Hi Cheep, what new EX card do you think gonna be new meta? To be honest, I wasn't too impressed at any of the EX cards. Let's go back to this real quickly. So let me review the EX cards again. I was searching for all coin flips. So let's go simply with the EX cards. Oh, actually I wanted both. Not sure if I can pick more than one here. Oh, I can. So out of these new EXs, at first glance, it seems like Umbreon is the better one because the free Cyrus is really impactful. But I am not really sure what Umbreon is really going to be paired with. It seems like it would be Greninja, but I think the Giratina Greninja deck might even be stronger somehow. Yeah, I'm not sure if Umbreon is enough to replace the Greninja deck that we already have. Crobat looks really good, but like not meta defining good, just very solid. But one of the issues I have with Crobat is that the other Crobat is already very good. All cards, Crobat. Like, the other Crobat is so solid that the only thing is that this ties you to an Arceus deck, but between attacking for 50 or 80, this one even retreats for free. It's not an EX, so you can kind of comfortably tank 100 damage with this before retreating it for free without fear of losing 2 points. Like, oftentimes I would kind of be greedy enough to want 2 of these Crobats. Maybe you could run all 3, like 2 of these non-EXs and 1 EX just for flexibility with the RCS package as well. But I guess if you don't want the RCS package, like this one gives you a lot of flexibility to run it pretty much anywhere. And even with something like Clodsire and Nihiligos, it's probably really solid for you to run it anywhere. Another I'm really impressed with is Kingdra, 170 HP, super solid. 90 damage, can't retreat for true. This is also really good. Water has not been in a good place for a long time. Even Primarina wasn't quite good enough to bring it back. So, not sure. I wonder if Kingdra is gonna be. But this is not a lot of damage. That's the issue. Like a lot of the other types have proper finishers that deal a ton of damage, and Kingdra doesn't quite compete with that. Kingdra, it's great in terms of trapping them, it's controlling their board, and even then, not really necessarily against Solgaleo, against Celesteela, against Lyra. Kingdra is still not really good. It's countered by those. I don't know, like all in all, I'm not particularly impressed. Like, unlike some of the previous sets, I think none of these EXs are really super meta defining, except potentially Umbreon. I think Umbreon has the highest potential, but a lot of these are good. Like, I'm not saying any of these are bad, except maybe Shuckle and Lugia. But they are pretty usable, they are super fine. But I could see Espion seeing some play, but you already have so many great psychic cards that you want with the Eevee package. I'm not sure if Espion would see that much play. What else? Karmary looks alright. especially with the new Jasmine card. I think something you would actually might consider is running a 4 Skarmory deck with the tools. But even then, let's be honest, probably not going to be better than Skarmory Solgaleo. We're not in a retreat meta, we're in a big boss plus Lily meta. Yeah, exactly. I don't mind that that Kingdra doesn't deal the 100 damage to shot the Charizard because of red. I mean, a lot of times you can kind of close the gap with red if that's the case. Except they could have 2 Lilies, I suppose. But that could be a matter of just running 1 red. Or even... No, Giovanni wouldn't be enough, right? This is 110. Oh, it should be like 220 total. So, yeah, you'd need red in that case. What else? Donphan actually looks kind of good. But again, like, fighting types are already running like the Garchomp Rampardos or the Steel Valley Rampardos. Would this be good enough to replace Garchomp? I don't think so, because linear attack is so much better than this for the first 2 turns. And then by the time you have 3 energy, Garchomp is also dealing 100 damage instead of 110. The thing is, this opens up more deck space. I could see Donphan being run with Rampardos, potentially replacing the Garchomp Rampardos, but I'm not sure. Because linear attack is just more convenient and more impactful, rather. But yeah, really liking the Lantern. Honestly, I think this is kind of underrated, especially with the elemental switches. So I think Lantern has some potential that a lot of people haven't caught on to yet. Yeah, Donphan is a stage 1, so it will be saving you 2 slots from the Garchomp deck. Not necessarily 2 slots, actually, because you still want 2 rare candies for the Rampardos. Not sure if you still want the Cranidos as well. Yeah, I'm actually forgetting what the Fampies do. So yeah, either the 30 damage Fampi or the 20 damage Fampi. They are both fine. Yeah, that's true. Garchomp does have a better chance going first, I think. But it's also more inconsistent as well, because you need more cards to make it work going first. I think Garchomp is only running 1 Sylveon as well. You could potentially run 2 Sylveons with Donphan with the added deck space. But yeah, I guess all in all, Umbreon and Crobat are the 2 winners. And even then, like, are they really going to be replacing the dark decks that we had? Either the Crobat Arceus or the Darkrai Giratina, or even the Greninja Giratina that we had, that is now kind of potentially competing to be paired with Umbreon. And I am not sure about the rest. They're not bad, but let's see. Okay. So returning to the game, this match went really well. I think one of the issues with this deck is that there's a bit of redundancy between the Pichus and the Zeraworas that I didn't love. Right, it's good sometimes to have redundancy to make it more consistent to follow with your game plan. But in this case, it was even overkill because I started with Pichu and both Zero Auras on the board. And then I did not have the Lantern ready. I didn't have space for the Old Embers. I think I didn't even have the wheel or not the elemental switch. Not sure. I think I need a couple more matches with this deck to get a better sense for this deck. Get a better sense of what cards I need to replace here. But I quite liked this deck. The Old Amber synergizing with the Zero Auras could be good. Can also synergize with the Pichu. But yeah, this is one of the issues of running Zero Aura with dual energy. And even in this case, without the X speeds, well, I do have the elemental switch now though. I'm just gonna play this and not play the Pichu. Like in this case, I guess this is one of the issues with babies that we're seeing. Is if you start with something else and you can't retreat that something else into your baby. Like Pichu would even be nice. Well, not without the Chinchu, right? I don't really need. So my only option here is elemental switch to attack with Zero Aura. Now I get the second Lantern. I could potentially retreat into Pichu, but I don't think that accomplishes anything. I'm just gonna go with this. Oh, I also thought it was kind of weird that the new Skarmory EX is weak to fire, not lightning. The non-EX Skarmory is weak to lightning. I'm not sure if this is the first time they changed the weakness of a Pokemon that is of the same type as a previously released Pokemon with the same name. Because even a giant cape on the Skarmory EX is not enough to prevent it being knocked out by Stokezard. But if it was weak to lightning, then it would be. Although on the other hand, if it was weak to lightning, then it wouldn't survive like the 150 damage Pikachu. Okay, so they got a pretty incredible opener, and I'm already pretty screwed. This is not a good hand at all. My only option is already the non-EX Aerodactyl to send this back. Without the Chinchu, without... yeah, that opener is kinda beatable. I guess we can play one more turn. Yeah, not looking good. Not sure if many decks would survive this opener at all. I can just put the energy on Arceus. Even put it on Crobat. Iono could help us more than it helps them, because they're kind of already set. Now I gotta research. But without the Aerodactyl and the wheel, I mean, even returning Sylveon is not ideal to help them draw more cards later on. And even Aerodactyl wouldn't survive for long. So yeah, this match is going awfully compared. Not anything we can do at all here. Okay, I'm gonna continue getting a sense for this deck first. I like playing the deck even when the deck list is not super refined, just to be able to spot all of these like weaknesses that the deck might have before I start messing with it. So we're going first with the baby for the first time. And they also have a Pichu with fire energy. That's pretty interesting. Okay, gonna go with Zeraora. I am gonna put it there so that Zeraora can attack next turn. Right, if they use Pichu here, it gets knocked out immediately. Okay, research. With a Pokeball, it guarantees the Chinchu. Now we get 2 fighting energy. I'm gonna go with this. Their Lugia is already ready to attack. It's pretty crazy. Right, that's so scary. But I think I still have to knock this out. I guess because I don't have the Aerodactyl, I might as well put the energy there. Because now with the Elemental Switch, no, not quite just yet. I think they're forced to use Lugia here. And so they discard 3 energy. They almost definitely have Elemental Switch in this deck. Yeah, they got set up surprisingly fast. They are not running Lightning Energy at all. They are depending on the Zeraoras and the Pichu. They're probably not running Ho-Ho, maybe, even. So this is weak to lightning, but yeah, that's probably true. Unless Rampardos is forced to attack something else, and then you bring out the Lantern against it. Unfortunately, no Lantern here. Don't love this. Now I get like 3 fighting energy in a row. Gonna try to go with this. Potentially Lantern can compete against Lugia. But ideally with Will. If they have Elemental Switch, they can potentially retreat Lugia manually and finish off Pichu with the Zeraora. But at this rate, this is such an awkward hand or set of... If I had the Lightning Energy here, I could at least Elemental Switch and attack with Zeraora to put some pressure. RNG didn't treat me super well here. Just gonna do this, I suppose. Hope for an evolution. I think what I'm feeling with this deck is that Now I have too much energy and not enough consistency on getting the cards that I want. So I could consider going with Sylveon EX routes, maybe even Jolteon. Maybe take out the Aerodactyl EX completely. I was thinking Aerodactyl EX could be interesting deck here. I could also guarantee putting this back into their deck now. Right, with Will. But it can't really do much. I don't think I even need to use Will. Although it discards 2 energy and 1... I like it, to be honest. You know what, let's go with it. I think Zeraora would have been absolutely fine as well. But discarding 2 energy and a tool is pretty decent. And this forces one of the Zeraoras to come in. Oh, Immersive Lugia. That is so underwhelming. Like, surely they had better placeholders than this, right? Can't they share the art with the other games? Oh, lucky. Let's just go with Zeraora. Lucky, gold already in day 1. Okay, research, finally. And we finally get the Lantern. I think I'm just gonna go straight for Lantern, right? Could attack for 50 simply. But I think I have to put on the pressure before they ramp that Lugia. Just gonna do this. Yeah, maybe I overestimated the energy that Lantern needs with all of these elemental switches. But this was kind of a specific case. Like, elemental switch is great with Zeraora, alright with Pichu. But having all 3, I feel it's creating a bit of entropy here. Oh, okay. I guess I didn't realize they had all the energy they needed, but props on them, I guess. Really good. Not even mad. They got me like that. But yeah. So let me check this deck again. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go full lightning, take out the Aerodactyl EX. Right, maybe I only even need... I do like the EX speed. Maybe I don't need the Zeraoras if I go with the Sylveon route. Right, let me check something. Pretty sure Jolteon retreats for 1. So, whether I start... I don't mind the Zeraoras at all. I feel like I can reduce like some of these. Is it too greedy to put an Eevee and a Sylveon here? Try to get more card draw faster, more consistency. Maybe I don't necessarily need the X speed as well. Like sometimes the X speed is good. But yeah, like between Pichu, 2 Zeraworas, 2 elemental switches, and 1 X speed, it's too much. Like too much happening, too much energy. Conservation or generation. Let's just try this. I don't really feel like it'll solve enough, but could be slightly better consistency and flexibility in getting more cards faster. Or maybe it's a communication that I need, or an Iono. Okay, in this case, Chincho and Zerawara. Elemental switch, and it's pretty good all in all. Pretty decent hand. Eevee and Sylveon is very welcome as well. Okay, they start with a simple collect. Not fantastic for them. Just gonna draw more cards. An attack for 50. I don't really want to play the second Zeraora in this case. Maybe I can play it next turn. They could have Glaceon and Will to paralyze me. But nope, they're going for Sylveon. I didn't even put any red card or... Yeah, I didn't put any red card or silver here. I do want to play with silver. Yeah, I gotta put silver in the favorites so that I can see it more often in the deck building. I have a lot of cards. Okay. I was thinking they had too many cards for too little Pokemon in play, but they're going with a Primarina. And I can't quite attack this turn with Lantern, but I can attack next turn. I do still wish to have an Old Ember, because this Zeraora isn't really doing anything. I can just attack for 50, force them to retreat here. Primarina with How is enough to one-shot the Zeraora. And then I actually run out of energy to attack with Lantern next turn. Okay, but that's not the case here. And with the wheel, dealing a guaranteed 100 to Primarina while paralyzing it is really strong. But yeah, I guess maybe I'll prefer the Jolteon package instead of Zeraora, I'm not sure. In this case, I'm gonna play... There could be a case for playing Pichu just to play around Sabrina with not necessarily Sabrina. Just gonna go with this. Sacrificing Sylveon is really weird here. I just take this out. Lantern is ready to go to paralyze next turn. Yeah, I guess one of the things is I don't necessarily need the 2 Chinchus. I could work with just 1 Chinchu and 2 lanterns, potentially, so that I can still get the lantern consistently, while reducing the chances of starting the match with Chinchu, or drawing double Chinchu when I don't need them. And okay, yeah, this is pretty annoying. But I should still survive a hit here, even if they have How. I could go with Zeraora, but without enough energy to attack with it, I don't really want to. Just dealing 100, confusing it at the very least. And paralyzing is even better, so that they probably have healing. Can't attack, so that's a weird choice. And I was expecting a Lily. Did they maybe forget they weren't paralyzed? No, but even then they would still get knocked out. Okay, so maybe gonna play one more round like this. I'm not loving Pichu here. At least only 1 copy of Pichu. Yeah, GG, but was a bit underwhelming. First with sacrificing the Sylveon X, then not having any heal for the Primarina. Okay, pretty good start. Chinchu, Oldember, X-Speed, Research. All good hands, all good cards to start with. Alright. We got the Aerodactyl here. Returning the Garchomp would be amazing. And we have the wheel already. Actually, I can already retreat with X-Speed, use Elemental Switch, and use Aerodactyl immediately. If they don't play another Pokemon here, we can win immediately. This is GG already. Ah, this is so good. Right? This is 20. So, just X-Speed. This is crazy. This turn is amazing. Elemental Switch. And just guaranteed wheel. Did we win the match here? Oh, come on. They conceded before even allowing me to attack. That's crazy. Win the match on turn 3 with NoniX Aerodactyl. Like, granted, I was pretty lucky to draw them both. Because I only have 1 copy of each. Of the Oldember and the Aerodactyl, but that is crazy. Okay, I guess I can try a different deck after this. I like this deck. I really like Lantern itself, but I don't think this package that I'm going with the support is the ideal choice for it. It is one of the ways to kind of ramp it up the fastest, but that's not necessarily what Lantern really needs. But it's really fun. I'm loving how fun this deck is, but it's not necessarily the best Lantern deck that I could go with here. And his hand is pretty awful. Yeah, kinda hate this. So need to go with Sylveon right away. And I hope to draw some basics. At this point, their auras don't do anything anymore. Because I'm not actually running Giant Cape, this Pichu is kind of useless. My best bet is really kind of, having Chinchu would be amazing. I feel like the best I can do is attack with their Aurora. And if they have Umbreon, I am gonna lose this Sylveon super fast. So they do. And at this point, red was totally unnecessary there. At this point, I really just need either the old Ember and the Aerodactyl or Chinchu. I don't think I can actually make this work too well. I can do this at least. Attack for 50, it uses its ability, I attack for 50 again. Then it cannot one-shot my Zeraora. And I could attack for 50 again. So nothing there. Just dealing 50 here. So yeah, I gotta try more decks with Will. Should I go for a Alolan Executor? Maybe something more energy control with even Fearow or something? Maybe even just a Tinkaton. Okay, research. Bottom 6 cards. There's an old Ember at least. Yeah, this will have to do. They can't use the ability right now. Okay. Kind of weird. Why do they have Pokeflute here? Could make sense if they had Greninja. No, Greninja, Shuriken, then Pokeflute, then Greninja, Shuriken, then Umbreon ability. Oh, they do have Greninja. But yeah, now if they have the second Umbreon, I just kind of lose immediately. Right, I would have to hope they don't have it. Because both Chinchus were in the... Oh god, I tapped and turned by mistake. But yeah, I wouldn't survive anyway because they would either have the Greninja or the second Umbreon. But yeah, good game. Okay, they're taking a bit too long. Let's try another deck. Should I go with Mimikyu? Maybe I can try Umbreon myself as well. Drampa could be good. Pokemon that paralyze that are lightning types. Just gonna try maybe a tighter version with more EVs. Or I can get to that later. Build a new deck. Gonna filter out for new cards. The jump left could also be really interesting. Shuckle doesn't look great, but maybe that's kind of usable. It can be a solid starting Pokemon to just stall, like a Kangaskhan on crack. Is a basic 120 that I think it may be better than it might seem. Let me see, Blossom. Chuckle with Unknown. Seems pretty fun. Alolan Executor makes sense as well. I mean, we could do both. Yeah, Shuckle with Alolan Executor. Wait, I guess Egg. Oh, right, because I'm filtering out for this expansion. Okay. In this case, we would want... The question is, do I run a Executor EX as well? I don't think I need to, because Shuckle and Executor EX kind of fill the same role. So you just go straight up for a Alolan Executor. Now we have a few different executes we can use. Like, honestly, I don't love let's add a C. I don't love Growth Spurt execute. I think it's kind of overrated. Because if you're going first with only 50 HP, like they attack you once on turn 2, you can't really afford to Growth Spurt anymore on your turn 3. So I don't know, like on one hand I kind of prefer 60 HP execute. Yeah, none of these are really that great. I'm just gonna go with the one that has more HP. Could go with the shiny one. And honestly, this is kind of the whole deck. You don't really need much more than this. Yeah, you do have the cape, but even if you're going first with the cape, it's only 70 HP. You can't really afford to Growth Spurts. Like, if you're going second, like, sure. If you're going second, it's pretty good, decent. But yeah. So something I could add here, actually, would be Leafeon EX and Sylveon EX to improve consistency. But then it does reduce the consistency of starting with Shuckle. Maybe we don't need to. Let's just deal with 14 trainers now? So actually, I want to go to all the new trainers. I'm gonna not wish list, I have favorite a few of them, so that they can appear in the filters more easily. I'm gonna favorite the less situational ones that can fit into almost anything. Yeah, Leafin could help you ramp. Also the fact that both Shuckle and Leafeon are EXs and force your opponent to go through 4 points. But I guess Shuckle also helps you ramp because it only needs 1 energy, and then you can put all of the other energy on Executor. Armory EX 18 trainers? That sounds awful. That's so weird. I mean, I could understand with the non-EX Skarmory, like Force Skarmory 16 trainer. Seems kinda alright. Even then, kinda bad, but I don't know. So, what do I have here? Now clearing this filter and going off for the favorites. So I definitely want to try silver now. I think if I do start with execute, I would kind of want X speed to go for Shuckle, but I don't really think I need to. I do want the Leaf Cape, which I don't have favorited, so Leaf Cape. Probably 2 Ericas, which I also don't have favorited because I don't typically have the type-specific trainers favorited. And then it's just filling this up with trainers that would be good with these 2. Right, definitely want the Pokeballs. Because I want to use Will with the Executor, I can't quite... I don't think red is good here. Unless I was using red with Shuckle. Okay. But I guess for a similar reason, there's a lot of few other... I guess I should go with a Cyrus. Maybe a Mars. Yeah, or even almost 2 Mars, because if they take out your Shuckle, they get 2 points right away. And then that's a great time to use Mars, and it's even early enough because Shuckle is a first kind of Pokemon to lead the match with. So I kind of like this already. I guess when you run... maybe red card would have been better than Mars because of silver. Maybe even 2 silvers is fine. Let me see. Just quick glance again at everything. Guzma could certainly be an option here. This should be good enough. Just gonna put another silver in there. Okay. Yeah, silver does look pretty broken. Especially with 2 red cards. So I've actually been considering if I should just this season, because of the new changes to ranked, where you can no longer drop down in rank from Ultra Ball to Great Ball or from Master Ball to... well, because I go second, I could have started with the Execute, but I don't think I need to. Or from Master Ball to Ultra Ball. Penny could be fun too, sure. I was thinking whether I should rush to Master Ball, like as soon as it's ready, it's open, so that I can then play all of these ranked of meta decks in ranked. I mean, because what I felt is last season, like there was just too many opponents making misplays, and that was tough to include in videos. I don't feel good about including matches where my opponents make too many misplays, and then that requires more time recording matches to filter those out in the editing. So I could actually go with silver right away. You know what? I'm gonna go with silver, take out their research if they have it. I also get a glance at their hand, and I'm not too worried about Sabrina. Right? They do have the Leafeon. I was hoping to take out the research, but that's fine. Zero damage, of course. Surely we can't two-shot this Eevee. That's gonna be the thing about this Shuckle. If you tend to be lucky with coin flips, go ahead. Yeah, they come in with Leafeon. So this is gonna get pretty dangerous. At least I can play Leaf Cape and survive 2 hits from that. And that's already all of our Pokemon. I don't need to play Leaf Cape just yet, I guess. If they happen to top deck a Guzma or something. Okay, this is slightly better than 0. If they happen to top deck a Guzma, I should play a Leaf Cape next turn so that they can't play Guzma this turn and then another supporter next turn. But yeah, this is looking pretty bad. Can only really play silver here. I'm not sure if I should play silver here or save it until next turn, or save it until a turn where I really need to prevent something. So I think I'm just gonna do this. Come on. 20 damage. So far, out of 9 coin flips, we got 3 heads. Well, Leaf Cape can help the Executor survive a hit from Flareon at least. I wonder if they're running Guzma. Okay. I'm actually running this with the... So... Wait. Shouldn't this have dealt 100 damage? What happened? Oh, never mind. Yeah, I've been totally forgetting about this passive. Ah, that's true. It's completely true. So now I do want to remove their Cyrus if they have it. But right now, like, I think I have to see what they have. Mars and Sabrina. I'm gonna take out the Mars again. It's not ideal. Makes me believe they don't have Cyrus, maybe. So if I go with this Shuckle, this does deal 150. Right, but Shuckle prevents 20. I don't love it. Now it's a bit too late. No. No. It's really bad. Two-time thinking and talking and not enough time actually playing cards. But yeah, with this giant cape, that would have been an issue anyway. I could still potentially... Let's just give them the execute. Yeah, I do still have 2 wheels. At this rate, I think I have to get lucky with one of them. With one of these coin flips without the wheel. And we do. Now it kind of need to top deck the wheel. To attack this Flareon. But yeah, that's why maybe the Leafians is a bit better. I'm just getting outdrawn by a lot of these decks. I'm just missing a lot of cards. We got our second research. With the Mars, but no wheel, unfortunately. And now we flip tails. Both wheels were in the bottom. Wait, did I forget to add the wheels in this deck? I may have forgotten. So I think the chat only updates in the video a bit slower, yes. Kinda there's 3 options when it comes to how speed the stream updates or the chat updates. Yeah, now we get the wheel a little bit late. That's GG, I guess. Could have stood a chance if I had gotten the wheel there. I think there's kind of 3 options for how slowly or fast the chat update. The thing is, only the slowest option gives me the option of enabling like the closed captions, I believe. So that, in my YouTube analytics, I can see like almost, between 15 to 20% of my users uses the closed captions for English. And I thought I should have that in the stream. If 15 to 20% is still quite a bit of users, and I want to give them the option of having the closed captions, which does come at the cost of making the chat slower, I think, or at least slower in the video itself, not necessarily what you guys see in the chat box itself. But yeah, like, what did I feel about this deck? Did I feel the need to replace something? Not necessarily. I think the main issue was not drawing the wheel, but maybe I do need the Leafeon EX and Sylveon EX in here. But I kind of like the Chuckle. Other than when you roll all 3 tails. Yeah, I would love Crobat EX with Nihiligos, but I didn't get any Crobat EX, unfortunately. My pack pool wasn't the greatest. I mean, I can't complain either. I did get 2 Espions, 2 Umbrians, 2 Shuckles, 2 Lanterns. So this is the new Eevee. It's pretty interesting. Okay, Umbreon EX with Darkrai. With triple heads, we could knock this out instantly. But I'm just gonna attack normally. Guaranteeing 1 heads out of these 3 doesn't really do enough. It had 40 HP, then it could be much more interesting to consider the will. I guess I should have used the... Hey, should have used the Mars. Because they have 5 in hand. I was thinking to save Mars for when Shuckle goes down. But let's see. Mars would have probably been the right choice there, but it's maybe not awful not to play it. They put energy here. Then then they can't put on a Darkrai. They deal 60 here only. Which means I might need to put the Leaf Cape here already. So yeah, I'm gonna continue on with the research. Getting some more cards here. I'm gonna put the Leaf Cape so that I don't go down right now. And I can still deal super effective damage. Okay, we deal 60. So we can take this out before it can take us out. At this point, I'm only more concerned about the second Umbreon. Because they're definitely gonna have Sylveons in this deck to draw quickly. Okay, so they actually have an Eevee bag. So, need to go with the second Shuckle. Get at least 1 head to knock this out. Then I'm kind of worried about what comes next. I'm gonna go with Mars. Reduce all of their hands to 1. All of their cards in hand, I mean. Just hope for 1 single heads here. Come on, really? Not like this. Oh, this is awful. I'm gonna take 80 damage. And Darkrai deals another 60 or another 80 actually. Not like this. Oh, come on. We just won heads. I think we would have won this. Because Darkrai would not have been enough to finish us off. Shuckle. Yeah, so now it's really awkward. Lyra? Lyra is an interesting choice there. So I absolutely cannot leave the Shuckle there anymore. But this is, I can't really afford to take this 80 damage here. Yeah, so that's game, I think, because yeah, never mind. Because of the ability, I even forgot about that. So that's unfortunate. So close, but then Shuckle betrayed us. I guess I could have used Will. I'm not sure if I had used Research already in the same turn. Yeah, totally forgot about Umbreon for a second. Not that it would have mattered, like we had already lost by that point. Because the Executor had too high of a retreat cost and it was gonna go down into attacks anyway. But I almost really like this deck. I think it's actually kind of strong when Shuckle doesn't betray you. But yeah, ultimately Shuckle is kind of just way too random. Sometimes even struggling to take out like really kind of basic Pokemon. Okay, we already have all of them here. I think I'm gonna keep one in hand. Just in case they feel like red carding us and we still have another Pokeball. Yeah, maybe instead of Shuckle, you could consider the Serena that flips 3 heads. It's just gonna be less consistent. Shuckle is just kind of so much more convenient in terms of deck space and like consistency of actually being able to attack with it early enough. Okay, I was thinking that for a moment we're gonna get the 3 tails as well. Okay, yeah, I think against this relay we actually lose this. Because they're gonna be able to stack these up too much while we're taking a lot of time to ramp up. Yeah, with Meowscarada could be pretty good too. Okay, 2 heads, 4 tails so far. And okay, they have the Slurp off. And they're gonna come in with this. Dealing 70. So I could have 2 options here. Either retreat to the second Shuckle, or sacrifice this Shuckle and attack with Executor next turn. Because I don't have quite the Mars, I don't love this too much. I guess I can just Erika. Let's just Erika and prepare the second Executor. Right, I guess I can play this as well. So if they have red, I still get knocked out. I'm gonna risk it. Yeah, I wish they had an alchemy so I could see. I guess I can see it in a battle log supposedly. Whenever used 3 times. So it's already at 120. Yeah, the Sweets Overload. Check the damage. Now it's actually more, like 160. Which means I can actually go with this and the Leaf Cape kind of safely enough. And just go with Will. But I still have half of my deck to draw. I only have 5 cards. Not ideal because I didn't play any research and they played both. So I think at this point they would just bring out something else that does Sweets Relay and guarantee that the Alchemy knocks this out. Yeah. So now I'm gonna go with the research. The Leaf Cape doesn't really do anything anymore against the likes of this. It's already at 200 damage. So yeah, I'm just gonna use it anyway. Doesn't really matter too much. Or potentially prepare a second Alolan Executor. Or Fleep Tails there. So yeah, now Slurpuff knocks us out, and then it's game over. Well, it was still gonna be game over anyway. Let's go with a silver. Mars in red. Yeah, GG. Not much we could have done there. Sweets Relay is actually quite good against this deck. So let's see what else we can build potentially. I feel like trying out a lot of cards today. I'm not sure if this will leave me a lot of time to still upload a video as well today. But I'll see. So should we try something with Ho-Ho? Quite like the variety of energy it gives. Could open a lot of options. Quite curious about Kingdra as well. Yeah, you guys talked about the Unknown. Really curious about this as well. Wait, this would technically stack. No. Wait, if you have any unknown in play with an ability other than guard. So if you have 3 unknowns, they would technically all 3 work. Oh no, you can't play 3 unknowns with the same. Yeah. I was thinking 2 of each unknown. Right? 2 guards and 2 powers, but that's not how it works. You can only put 2 in your deck, 1 of each. This could be, still could be quite fun. I'm not quite sure What's the best kind of deck to use it on though? Donphan could be nice. Should we try Umbreon with sort of a new package of sorts? Really curious about what could be done with Umbreon. I could try it with the non-EX Crobat. Potentially. Tyranitar? Yeah. Where is Tyranitar? Oh, it's dark. Move all dark energy from each of your Pokemon to this one. Do you mean Umbreon EX with Tyranitar? Or just the Tyranitar deck in general? I think they could potentially fit in the same deck. I could try Tyranitar. I could try something like Caesar as well. It's interesting. What's the Scyther like? Okay, pretty basic one. Does have 70 HP. I could try... I wouldn't mind crafting a Porygon too. Just to try it out. But I guess I can open more packs tomorrow and I'll probably get it. But okay, what are the best cards for Tyranitar? So pretty much need to be full dark deck. And Pokemon that will have dark energy after retreating, it's kind of more difficult than it sounds. And I'm not even sure if you would run both. Like 2 Tyranitars, I mean. Or if just one is enough. Especially if you're going with the Umbreon, which means you should probably go with the Sylveon. But yeah, Guzzlord with Celesteela and Lusamine, that whole package. And this does not need to be in the active spot when you use the ability. Yeah, the thing is, Guzzlord already has a pretty similar attack. No, but it could work. I think for now, like, that's kind of a tough deck to really polish and optimize. It'll take, you know, quite a long time to do that. So I think on the first approach, I'll just try the EV approach with Umbreon and the Sylveon. And then afterwards, like maybe not on this stream today, I can give it a try. I'd also use the non-EX Umbreon. But let's try this one. Sylveon as well. Now I will want the next speed in here. Could maybe even have 2. I forgot EVX as well. I don't necessarily need 2 EVXs. I think maybe just 1 is enough. Yeah. I'm gonna go with research, Pokeball, all that stuff. 1x speed. So no coin flips. Maybe it's weak to grass. Thinking how much healing do I need, if I need any. Oh yeah, we do have the new tool, which I should definitely use. That looks so broken. Dark Pendant. It doesn't quite work on the Sylveon or the 3 evolutions. But maybe I don't need Pupitar either. I could have Rare Candy instead of Pupitar. But because this, I guess it's slightly better. Just because I do run the Sylveons and then I can use the ability immediately, potentially, to move all energy for a surprise attack. So, how many other cards? 3? Should probably go with Silver. I could go with something like Sabrina, maybe. Maybe even a Rocky helmet to put on like the Sylveon to prepare for the Umbreon, for the Umbreon's ability. Would be kind of nice. I'm just gonna try out one of them. I think Center Lady could be good. Red could be good. Silver could be good. I'm not too tempted to go with Lyra, since I don't quite need like by the time Tyranitar comes into the axis spot, it's to end the game. I don't plan on retreating it after that. Oh, unless I was using it instead of X-Speed to retreat the Umbreons. In that case, it wouldn't be bad. Or even retreat the Sylveon, but I kind of prefer X-Speed in that case. But this does retreat for 2. So maybe Lyra is good, it's better after all. But in that case, I'll just use Leaf instead of Lyra. Right? Yeah, it's interesting. I don't have that many supporters, so I think Leaf is absolutely fine. Now, probably either a red or a Center Lady. I think this is fine for a first approach. Is this maybe too many Pokemon tools? Should be fine, I guess. Let's try it out. What? No, the other way around. I don't think. Yeah, I can't afford to go with dual energy. So let's see. I think this could be kind of alright. I think I might be too dependent on Umbreon to put on the pressure early on. And we start with Larvitar, which is exactly the one card I never really wanted to start with. But at least we got an Eevee and we have the Sylveon here. We also have the Leaf. Could be alright. In this case, there's not that much I can attack with anyway next turn. Oh, they're also running Tyranitar. Okay, and I can already evolve it. But I think I'm gonna go with this first. Yeah, but without the EVs, like I would really want to have a second EV right now so that I could prepare the Umbreon. Right now, this is just so awkward. If I go with just Leaf into the Sylveon, that's really dangerous. Umbreon deals a lot of damage, and I don't feel like I have the the cards I need here. I'm gonna retreat potentially. Worst case scenario, might have to sacrifice this. Well, if they Sabrina, I'm pretty screwed. But if I don't evolve it, I'm screwed as well with Sabrina. I'm gonna put a pendant on it anyway. Oh, come on. Losing one energy there is not great either. I didn't notice the timer was squeezing me in so much. Yeah, losing one energy already is kind of devastating. And can't really do anything. Not ideal. Should I run 4 EVs to make it even less likely to start with wait, what? They considered. I don't understand why. Maybe they empathize with me losing one energy. Not sure. Let me give it another try. But yeah, because I only have 4 basics, like 3 EVs, one Larvitar, maybe I really do need to bring in a 4th EV. Could take out the Rocky Helmet kind of easily. Maybe I could take out one of the either Red or Silver or Leaf. But I'm gonna try it again. Finding the sweet spot for your basics, like the right balance of the likelihood of starting with specific basics, is kind of one of the most important parts of deck building. Starting with the wrong basic can kind of cost you the game sometimes. Oh, Skarmory EX, Rainbow of all things. Looks cool. Really badass. So 70 damage for 2 energy, and then it takes 20 less damage from attacks. And with a Steel Apron. Okay, they are having the energy advantage. I think I'm gonna go with Silver right away. Not the energy advantage, I meant so it's a Bastiodon. Interesting. Yeah, EX Bastiodon or EX Skarmory with Bastiodon. They have 2 more tools. We don't have the Kuzma, they have Iono. Okay. So I kind of want to get Ionodes, but I don't really want to give them the Iono. Just gonna go with this and collect, try to get my pieces. Okay, now I get Sylveon. I could evolve the one in the back, even though the one in the front could tank. But if I get Umbreon, I could already start attacking, which I would prefer. Or I just play both. Try to get the third Eevee and the Larvitar. Right, I also don't have any research played yet. And I guess I can play this ahead of time. And I could go with the Rocky Helmet here. Because the Rocky Helmets are pretty much reserved for the Sylveons to do exactly this. But yeah, I guess Rocky Helmet isn't really needed at all in this deck. I can kind of easily replace it with anything I want. Yeah, at this point, I just kind of want the Larvitar. Maybe I shouldn't use the... Maybe I should use the Leaf. Conserve energy for the Larvitar, because I have a feeling this Umbreon is kind of going down. Not necessarily. I deal 60. No, I deal 50. But then that means I can still finish it off with red. In the best case scenario, this Umbreon survives. But not sure I can really count on that. I'm gonna attack without red to kind of try to take them by surprise next turn. So, wait, it only took 30. Only 30? I thought it was gonna take 50. Oh, they lost the Cyrus, which is pretty good. But yeah, not great. I don't have a way to kind of... Part of me kind of needs to use Leaf. Sacrifice a Sylveon instead. Because I no longer can attack with the second Umbreon. But without the Larvitar, kind of too hopeful. And this is really bad. Yeah, I don't remember if Tyranitar can take it from enemy. I think it can. It's not specific to dark types, I think. Yeah, this Karmory is rough actually. With this tool. So I really need Larvitar right now. And then I still need a Tyranitar. But that one I can guarantee pretty much. I need to sacrifice this Sylveon, unfortunately. I could sacrifice the other one actually, because Tyranitar only deals 130, I think, but they are preventing 30 every turn. Yeah, but if I retreat, then I can't have energy for Tyranitar. I think I have to do this. Ooh. Really rough. And they don't have the Bastiodon now. Tyranitar, please? Yes. So, otherwise I would have needed to use research to get it. And I need to use the ability, move all fighting energy, then use red to take this out. So clutch. Okay, and now I kind of stand a chance against Bastiodon, but even then, not necessarily. If Bastiodon comes in right now and didn't two-shot me, and it does come. Yeah, so maybe I do need the healing. Certainly be fine to take out the Rocky Helmet with a Center Lady or something. But it was pretty fun. And I deal 30. I know I was actually kind of impressed with the Skarmory here. Maybe I was underestimating it. I mean, 2 energy can still be kind of awkward if you go first. But being a basic, and it seems pretty flexible, pretty easy to use. And yeah, I had to draw almost my entire deck to take it out. But yeah, I'm sure I can still improve this deck a lot further. Just a matter of kind of optimizing this and playing a little bit better, or playing it a little bit more so that I can optimize it in the end. But all right, I think that was a pretty great session so far. I think we can wrap it up here. I'll just check out the Wonder Picks again, try to see if there's anything more I can still try to get that I didn't get 2 copies of. I think I see the Donphan, maybe especially. So yeah, between the Donphan here or the other one, I'll go with this one. And now let's go bottom left. Close enough. So I guess that'll be it for today. We got to try out a few decks: the Lantern, the Executor, and the Umbreon. I quite liked all of them. I think I have to optimize all of them still quite a bit. On the lantern, I think I didn't quite solve the best way to approach the energy needs here. I liked Aurora, I liked Pichu, but maybe not both together. There's just way too many cards in the deck that are kind of trying to do the same. Maybe I'm doing that too well and not doing the rest well enough. On the Shuckle, I kind of like this deck when Shuckle rolls heads, but I feel like it also has some potential issues where Executor isn't maybe as reliable as I need it to be. Even with the wheel, like Executor will be the finisher, which means like I need a stronger lead than Shuckle here. Maybe just the Leafeon EX Sylveon is the way to go instead of the Shuckles completely. Maybe you can still keep one Shuckle potentially, but I think just Sylveon EX and Leafeon EX is a better support here, and you keep the wheels kind of exclusively for the Alolan Executor. On Tyranitar, yeah, this is just a simple approach to see if I could make it work well enough with Umbreon. My thought process was kind of drawing the deck consistently enough with Sylveon, and then trying to use the Umbreon with the Leaf to deal some damage early on, and then conserve that energy to pass it on to Tyranitar. It doesn't quite work though. So I think the Guzzlord Celesteela approach is much more interesting. But maybe you need an Nihilego in there so that you can use Celesteela's Ultra Thrusters to put Nihilego on the front and then retreat Nihilego manually to Tyranitar, so that you can pass on all of the energy from the Guzzlord into the Tyranitar. But it's kind of awkward. It seems like ultimately it would be a worse Guzzlord version. But it could potentially work. Also, you could try the Ilima approach for the Celesteelas, where you still use the Ultra Thruster to put Guzzlord in the bench, bring Celesteela to the front, Ilima the Celesteela, and then bring out Tyranitar to the front. But again, I think that could also be a worse Guzzlord version. But could be a way to make Tyranitar work more consistently. Maybe the best approach is even kind of the Crobat, either the EX Crobat or the non-EX Crobat with Tyranitar, because the non-EX can retreat for free even if you put one energy on it to attack a little bit. And then you can also put the energy on Arceus so that you can pass it on to Tyranitar later. I'm not quite sure, because we did already have the other Tyranitar as well that synergized with Arceus specifically, right? Deals the same damage, except if you have Arceus with, and then it deals 160. That would simply be kind of a better option for that deck, I suppose. Not necessarily, because this ramp is much better way to enable this, even if it deals less damage. But yeah, that's it for today. Thank you so much for coming to the stream. This was really enjoyable. I'm so excited about this set. I ultimately still want quite a few more cards that I didn't get. But I'm kind of definitely trying to gonna get the next couple of days. If you have any deck requests in the following days, just let me know, or even following weeks. Drop a comment just about anywhere. I'll probably see it. And I'll make sure to try to build a deck around it. And there's so many decks to build, so many options, especially with the wheel supporter. And yeah, I appreciated so much your interaction, your engagement here in the comments. That was really fantastic. Also, again, Andrew Tanny, thank you so much for your donation. Like, that was beyond my expectations for a first stream. But really appreciate the support. I had a blast playing these decks. I'll still be playing for the rest of the day pretty much, seeing if I still record another match still for an upload today. But yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate every single one of you, and I'll see you later. And yeah, let me know how your pack pulls go, and if there's any way I can build a deck around your favorite Pokemon for this Gen 2 set. See ya!